So welcome everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening again, and I welcome all of you on behalf of Atorika for this session on the PMP refresher. And we are going to spend almost 6 hours together refreshing some topics of the PMP, which you might have studied earlier, or even if you have not studied, this course is going to give you a quick and a very good overview of what this PMP is all about. What are the course structure, what are the different topics, and what are the tips and tricks to crack this examination, and also most importantly, demystifying some of the myths about the PMP examination. So I'm sure we are going to have a very good session, and I wish and all the best for everyone for the session. And let's get started with this. Let's move ahead and quick introduction about myself, your host and your trainer for the day. I'm Nishant Shukla. I'm sure you must have seen my profile there. I come with close to 23 years of experience and started working as a techie, spent a good amount of time in technologies, various domains, but gradually started moving to various project management positions. And when you move into the project management, it becomes more like a generic thing. So I worked on the project management, then program management, and also worked on portfolio management. And along with my job, I also used to do training. So for past 11 years, I have trained close to 7,000 people across the globe. And I've done trainings for some of the most reputed organizations in the world. If you want to know more about myself, I am there on the LinkedIn. I have my own page on Facebook. You can go there and you can get more details about it. But the journey was pretty interesting. It's been more than 2 decades and the journey was very interesting because training is something that I always passionate about. I enjoyed giving training on different topics. I do PMP, I do various customized project management, process transformation, process management, leadership, and soft skills programs as well. And well, that's all about myself. As I told you, I'm all there on the LinkedIn and Facebook. In case if you want to stay in touch, remain in touch for any reason, your PMP exam preparation or any career guidance, you can reach out to me. My contact details are all available there over the net. And you can reach out to the support team of Federica as well. They will connect you with me and I'll be able to help you with any queries that you might have. And talking about the topics that we are going to cover today. So it's a very interesting agenda that we have, and I have tried to make it short and crisp as well. We are going to talk about the PMI and PMP, introduction of PMI and PMP, and we will discuss the myths about the PMP examination. Lot of myths. In fact, I have seen some of the people who have cleared the PMP examination, even they have some of the wrong information about the examination or the way it is conducted, the way participants or the people who have taken the examination are getting the result. Then we will move on to the introduction of project and project management. We are going to talk about the basic stuff, the very basics of the project and project management. And we will understand what are the factors that influence the project. So during this, from this point onwards, we will start talking about 2 different approaches. First is learning or understanding the topic from the examination perspective, and also get to know how we are going to use these principles and philosophies in the real life. Because real life scenario is completely different than what we say in the book. And then we will talk about the process and the project management framework, how this PMBOK is structured. And we are also going to have a 360-degree overview of the PMBOK guide, 5th edition, which is the latest edition. And then I have put up some interesting topics here, that is understanding critical path, introduction to the earned value management, and a few words about the risk management and qualitative risk analysis. Post that, we will have some Q&A session. So from this agenda, the heaviest, or you can say the lengthiest topic is 360-degree overview of the PMBOK guide. For this topic, I do not have any slide. I have not prepared it intentionally. I'm going to share the PMBOK guide with all of you for this topic, and we are going to talk about the process map. all the processes that we have in the PMP and what all we need to do from the examination perspective. Okay. So we are all good to move ahead with our agenda, and there we go. About PMI, so PMI is Project Management Institute, which is a not-for-profit association, and it was established in 1969. Since then, PMI has been working in upliftment of the project management community. So it's not that before 1969 or before PMI or the PMBOK came into existence, there were no projects or the projects were not getting on time, completed on time. There were projects, there were programs, and there were huge projects which actually were still being completed within time, within cost, and within scope. But what PMI did is they brought a framework which helped in bringing the standardization in the project management, the way project was being managed. So PMI is offering various certifications, and those certifications are very well accepted and received and taken by all the industries across the globe. Okay? And if you look at this slide, it talks about all the certifications that PMI has. They have added few more certifications. So you have PMP, you have CAPM, Program Management Professional, which is PGMP, Portfolio Management Professional, which is PFMP, Agile Certified Practitioner, which is PMI ACP, Scheduling Professional, Risk Management Professional, and the most prominent and the most important certification from all this is PMP. There are more than 654,000 project management professionals across the globe, across the industries. It is assumed that this number is growing at the rate of 12 to 15% every year. There are hundreds and thousands of active members of PMI across the globe. And eligibility criteria for each of these credentials that you see on the screen are different. So one of the things that people normally perceive this is that this is a certification for the people who are in IT, or this is the certification which will be useful for people in construction industry, but that is not true. Anywhere, wherever you can find an element of the project, you will have to use project management. And wherever you use project management, your PMP certification, your PMP credential that we talk about is having a very significant value. So PMP certification or PMP credentials is accepted by all the industries, be it manufacturing, banking, finance, operations, construction, across the globe. PMI has presence in more than 170 countries, and in fact, PMI has recently done a study where they identified some of the areas, some of the industries where PMP is going to grow a lot in future. So, okay, Joshin, I think there are some technical difficulties. We will keep monitoring, and in case if we have something, our support team is monitoring it. They will try to rectify it on the background. In case if you miss some of the part due to any technical difficulties from your side, you can always go through the recording, which will be uploaded in some time after the session gets over. Okay. So we were talking about this PMP certification. Let us understand what is a prerequisite for this PMP. So there are two different categories. If you are a degree holder, if you hold a bachelor's degree or engineering degree or any of the global equivalent of that, you need to have 4,500 hours of project management experience, which must come from minimum 36 months of experience. How these hours are calculated is something I will tell you when we go to this process groups in the PMBOK. But to gain this experience or to be able to go for this PMP, to apply for the PMP examination, you need not to be a designated project manager. You could have worked at any position, any role in the project. Suppose your team size is 100 and you are the junior most person in the team doing any coding or doing any supervision activity. But you are contributing towards a project. You're doing some work which is a part of a project. So whatever amount of time you're spending working on that project, that will be considered as your project management experience. So there is a predefined format for that. When you go to PMI website, you can go through that application form, and you need to give this information that how much time or how many hours of effort you have put in against each of the activities, and that activity falls in which process group. So there are 5 process group: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. And the total amount of time that you need to accumulate is 4,500 hours. In case if you do not have a degree, you have just a diploma or any associate degree or global equivalent, then you need to have 7,500 hours of project management experience. And this experience must be from last 8 years. For example, you are applying for the PMP examination tomorrow in 2015. And you specify that, okay, I worked on a project from 2001 to 2002. PMI is not going to accept that. So whatever experience you document in the application form, that must be from last 8 years only. You cannot go beyond that. In case if you do that, PMI holds a right to reject that application. Okay, and out of all these applications, out of all this application that PMI receive, they pick up 20% of these applications for audit, and 20% applications are picked up randomly. So if your application is picked up for audit, then whatever experience you have documented or you have provided in the form, PMI is going to ask you to show you a proof of that. You need to give the written evidence, and there is a predefined format for that. PMI is going to make you aware of the process. You need to fill that up, do the formalities, submit these documents, hard copies of the documents to PMI, and then PMI is going to accept that or reject that or take any action on that. Once your application is accepted, then you can go and book your examination. So in the next slide, I'm going to take you through the detailed process and the steps that you need to go through in order to become a PMP. These are the charges that you have. If you opt for computer-based testing, then depending on your PMI membership status, you may have to pay $405 or $555. So PMI membership is separate from that. PMI membership, you can apply for it, and you can you need to pay $139 to become a PMI member. And once you become a PMI member, then you can, once you become a PMI member, then if you go and apply for the examination, the fee will be $405. So there are some areas where the facility of paper-based testing is also available. In case if you opt for paper-based testing, then the fee is going to be $250 for PMI members and $400 for non-members. In case if anyone failed in the first attempt or not able to clear the examination in the first attempt, he will, or that person will get opportunity after a 30 days time to reappear to go for the examination again, and the re-examination fee is $275. In case you are no longer a member at the time of re-examination, then you will have to shell out a fee of $375. And in case of paper-based, it is $150 and $300 respectively. So all these details are available in detail on the PMI website. You can go to www.pmi.org, go to the certification section, look for PMP certification, and go through your PMP handbook. So PMP handbook is going to give you complete detail of what are the prerequisites, how you should apply for it, how you should fill up the form, and all the details. After this session gets over, when you're going to receive the mail, I will ensure that the link to PMP handbook is added into that mailer, so all of you can access it directly. Alternatively, you can go to our website, Edureka, and go to the PMP page. There also you will get this important links to the website. Okay, moving on to the next PMP examination pattern. So PMP examination is a computer-based examination, and across the globe it is conducted in Prometric centers. There are no other centers other than Prometric, so you will have to go there. There are certain centers you can check with the PMI. There might be some region-specific or country-specific centers available as well, and you need to check with the PMI whether the facility of paper-based examination available in your vicinity or not. So computer-based examinations are conducted in Prometric centers, and they're all objective type questions. Each question will have 4 options and only one answer will be the correct one. There are 200 multiple choice questions which are mixed randomly across the process groups, and the time you're going to get is 4 hours. So on an average, you get approximately 1 minute and 8 to 9 seconds for 200 questions, because in 240 minutes you need to answer 200 questions. Some of the questions will be smart, very short questions, 1 or 2 liners. Some of the questions will be sort of paragraphs, and there are all 80% of the questions are scenario based questions. And out of this 200 questions, 175 questions are marked for the final marking, and remaining 25 questions are the pre-test questions. So how this concept of pre-test question and final marking question come into the picture? The PMI has, actually no one in the world knows that how many versions of the question paper PMI has. These question papers are developed by the professionals across the globe, and PMI keep on adding or removing questions from that. Before any question gets included into examination, PMI wants to ensure that the level of complexity and difficulty is appropriate in each of the question. So before they add it into the final marking question, they will probably do a sampling of that. They will add it up to the 100 question papers, and they will see how people are responding to that. If out of 100 people, let's say any pre-test question, out of 100 people who were chosen to check for this question, all of them failed to give the correct answer, then PMI will assume that okay, it is very difficult, it's too complex, and they may exclude it from the final marking question. They may not include it into the final question paper in future. Suppose there is a question which is relatively easy, and all 100 people or more than 90 people or 95 people are able to answer that easily. Then again, PMI may rule out including that question in the final marking question in future. So they have their own way of checking. No one knows that what criteria they use, what algorithm they use, but they have their own way of checking the complexity of the question. So this is a very important point, because people often get confused that are we going to are we going to get any notification, or can we see which of the questions are pre-test question and which of the questions are final marking questions? No. When you go for the examination, you will have to take all those 200 questions with the same level of seriousness and same level of attention you need to pay to all 200 questions, because you will have no idea which one is a final marking and which one is a pre-test question. And there is no negative marking in the examination. This examination is developed by the groups of individuals from around the globe who hold the PMP credentials and who are volunteers working with the PMI. And these people are from different industries, not necessarily only from IT or only from construction. No, these people are from all the industries. And when you go for the examination, you take the examination. Okay, when you take the examination, you will get if it is a computer-based examination, you will get the result immediately within a minute's time on the screen. After the question is submitted, the question paper is submitted, they will tell you whether you have cleared it or not. And then within maximum 2 months time, depending on the geographical location where you are, which country you are, you will receive a hard copy of the certificate from the PMI. That is a maximum time frame. Generally, I received it in 2 weeks time. Okay, so there is a question, and Mr. Sanjeev is asking, will we be getting PDU credit for this webinar? Can we claim in PMI website? Yes, if you are a PMP, you are going to get 6 PDUs And for that, you need to complete the entire session, and then you're going to receive these PDUs, which can be useful for you to renew your PMI credentials. Those who are not PMP, we will talk about, we'll discuss about what is PDU and when and how you need it and how you're going to use it in the future. And moving to the next topic, which is very, very important, is myths about the PMP examination. So first is aspirants need 35 PDUs to apply for the examination. No, the terminology is wrong. You don't need 35 PDUs to apply for the PMP exam, but you need 35 contact hours. Once you take the training, which is a 4 days PMP exam preparation workshop, you do this training. At end of this training, you're going to receive a certificate which will give you 35 contact hours. Those contact hours are required for you to be eligible to, or to become eligible to apply for the PMP examination. And once you apply for the exam and you clear it and you become PMP credential holder, then you need to maintain that credential for and for that you need to earn 60 PDUs over a period of 3 years time. Okay, PDU stands for Professional Development Unit, and each hour spent in any project management activity recognized by PMI is going to give you 1 PDU. So that's about the PDUs here. And next point here is the passing scores for PMP examination. Until sometime few years back, till 2006, November 2005, PMI used to calculate the percentage. They used to calculate the percentage to decide whether any participant has cleared the exam or not. But they stopped this approach from November 2005 and they started providing the grades. Each of the per question in this examination has a different value, will have a different weightage depending on the complexity of the question. And the way they check the result is they do an analysis of that. So it becomes a sort of psychometric analysis to calculate, to check how comfortable the person is in taking this complex examination. Okay, so let me just give a look at the question. There are a few questions coming here. Okay, Lee Adams is asking, if you're not a PMP yet and you are taking a class for the pre-cert plus this webinar, do the extra hours add up to anything? No. Unfortunately, no. You will have to go for a specific PMP exam preparation workshop. This is just a PMP refresher, and this is going to serve different purpose of the different people. Those who have completed their PMP examination, they are already PMP credential holder, they are going to get 6 PDUs. But those who are not and who have done some kind of training in past, so this is going to give them a good refresher so they can brush up their topics before they take up the examination. And those who have not done any certification, any training in this one, this session is going to give them a complete overview of what it takes to be PMP. Okay, and Mr. Imran is asking, I want to submit my application for PMP. Okay, I want to become PMI member after my application is approved. You need not to wait for approval of your application. In fact, I would suggest that first you become PMI member and then you apply for it. So of course, you're going to get some benefits in terms of application rebate on the application fee, but there are a lot of other benefits as well. You will get access to a lot of free resources. You will be able to download certain things, certain documents from there. You also get access to their forums, which can be quite useful. Okay, Shanti is asking, okay, I can understand, Shanti, you are at work, but after this session gets over, the recording will be made available to everyone, and it will be uploaded on the blog section of Edureka website, and you all will receive a link to this for this webinar, recording of the webinar, which you can go through later. And in case if you have any questions in future, feel free to contact our support team, and we'll ensure that it is being answered. Okay, and Shiv Kumar is asking, is PMI membership fees for lifetime? No, Shiv Kumar, it is only for 1 year. PMI membership is $139, which is applicable for, which is for, the membership is for 1 year. Okay, so moving to the next topic is, we are talking about the PMP examination score. So as I told you, there are no percentage given. It's not that each question carries 1 mark and you need to score some 105 or 106 marks to clear the examination. No, that is not the way. It's a sort of psychometric assessment, and PMI uses some algorithm to check whether the participant has cleared or not, and also to define the grades. So the grades are below proficient, proficient, and moderate proficient. Okay, and another point is, people say that to clear the PMP examination, you must memorize everything that is there. If anyone comes and any person says that, you know, I have a photographic memory, I just need to read through this PMBOK cover to cover and I'll be able to clear that. No, the likelihood of that person failing the examination is going to be very high. PMI expects you to understand the concept. Okay, there are more than 516 ITTOs in PMBOK guide, in the 5th edition of PMBOK guide. And memorizing all these ITTOs is not going to help you. In fact, it becomes very difficult also to memorize, because then there are not just ITTOs, there are a lot of other things also. But when you go for the PMP exam, you'll see that around 80% of the questions are scenario-based question. You will be given a scenario where you will be playing the role of a project manager, and then based on the situation and based on the guidelines of PMI, which are given in the PMBOK guide, you need to take a decision. Of course, there will be few questions where they will specifically ask you whether what is the input to this process, or which of the following is a tool or technique in a particular process. There would be few questions like that, but for that you can actually you can apply you can create some memory mind maps here, and you need to apply certain logics here. What are the logics? We are going to talk about that in some time. And these are the myths, some of the myths, not all the myths, but some of the myths about the PMP examination. And I suggest everyone that when you are preparing for the PMP examination, do not rely on the information that you may get from the different sources. Even if the person is PMP, but I would still suggest you go to pmi.org and clarify your doubts here. Get hold of PMP handbook. That will give answer to most of your questions. If you still have any question, you can always reach out to me, or you can reach out to the support team of Edureka. Alternatively, you can also write to PMI at info@pmi.org, and they will respond to your query. And let me just have a look at this question. Imran is asking, in case I get my application rejected, then I won't get any benefit of being a member. The main purpose is to get PMP credential. Imran, what I can suggest is, after the session, you can drop in a mail to me. You can reach out to me. I will share my contact details, and you can give me a detail of the kind of experience you have, and I will we can have a discussion, offline discussion. I will guide you how to fill up the form in case if you are eligible for the PMP examination. So the likelihood of your application getting rejected will be minimized, but provided you fulfill the minimum criteria to become eligible for the examination. Okay. With this, we move on to the next topic, which is a question which I have seen everyone ask, that how much time I should spend in preparing for the examination, how long it will take to prepare for the examination. A couple of weeks back, I actually came across a question where a person asked that one of that person's friend prepared for the PMP examination just for 1 week and he cleared the examination. Of course, that person might be a super genius, and you can clear that. There is nothing is called impossible in this world. But I would suggest that you prepare a plan. You need to prepare a strategy how you're going to clear the PMP examination. And for that, I have prepared this slide, which will be quite useful, quite helpful. So what you see here on the screen is a complete roadmap how you should go about it. So first step that I suggest, that I tell everyone, is you must become a PMI member first. There are a lot of benefits of becoming a PMI member. You can also, when you apply for the PMI membership, you can also buy the membership of your local PMI chapter, because this will help you connect with the other PMPs in your vicinity. This is good from the networking purpose, and also you will get access to the PMBOK guide. After you become PMI member, you will be able to download the PMBOK guide, the latest edition of PMBOK guide. So what is PMBOK guide? If you are not aware of that, we are going to cover that topic as well. So when you get this PMI membership, you are going to get this PMBOK guide, which will be exclusively for you. It will come with your name and your PMI ID, and that will come handy when you go for the training. It will be good if you can just go through it before you attend the training, so you use this training as a session where you can clarify your doubts. And after you become the PMI member, then you attend the PMP exam preparation training, which is 35, which is going to give you the 35 contact hours training. So that training is in some people prefer a continuous 4-day training, some people prefer 2 weekends training. Some, like in Edureka, we have a training which is split across 4 weekends, because people may not be able to pull out full 9 hours time every day. So we have split this into 4-hour session, which will go on for 4 weekends. Okay. So after you complete the training, you're going to receive a 35 contact hour certificate, which will make you eligible to apply for the PMP examination. And then you go ahead and submit your application. I would suggest that you submit this application online on the PMI website. Once you submit the application, PMI is going to take some time, which may be maximum from 1 to 3 weeks, depending on the information that you have entered there. They are going to verify that, and after a few days of submission of your application, PMI will come back to you saying that your application, your credentials have been verified, have been checked, and you are eligible, and then they will ask you to make the payment. And if you have taken the PMI membership, then you need to pay $405 of the examination fee. The moment you submit your fee and your payment is accepted, you need to use your credit card, international credit card, to make the payment. The moment it is accepted, at that time you will be notified whether your application has been picked up for audit or not. If your application is not picked up for audit, the entire process of submitting the application and approval will take maximum a week's time. Generally 5 business days, so 1 calendar week. If it picked up for audit, then depending on with what speed you submit all the requirements, you fulfill the client need. So you are going to get 90 days time to complete the audit requirement and audit process. At that time, you need to whatever experience you have mentioned or document in the application form, you need to provide a proof of that. So when you submit your form, you need to give a reference of any person who worked with you in that particular project, what you have mentioned in the form, and you need to get a hard copy of the form filled by that reference and submit it to PMI. So PMI will make you aware of the process. They will inform you about the detailed process that you need to follow, and once you fulfill all the audit requirement, your application will be reviewed and they will approve or reject depending on the fulfillment of the requirement. If your application is rejected, PMI is going to deduct $100 from that and will refund you $305. $100 is towards the administrative expenses. If your application is approved, then you're going to receive a link from PMI saying that your application has been accepted. You go ahead and schedule your examination. So the day you receive that email from PMI, from that day you're going to get 1 year's time to clear the PMP examination. Okay, so Anthony is asking, can I download the slides? After the session is over, the slides will be uploaded on your SlideShare, and the recording will also be available there. You can refer to these slides here. In case if you have any further question, can always reach out to us. And Sanjeev is asking a question. Okay. Yes, Sanjeev. So what Sanjeev is saying is I got selected for audit, and as part of the audit document, I got a PDF already prepared by the PMI. Yes. So that is the format in which you need to fill up the information and get it signed by your manager. Yes, generally that's the thing that you need. Okay, John, I'm coming to that part. I'll just come to that part. Okay, so Sanjeev, you need to check with the PMI. I'm sure PMI must have informed you. So if they need anything extra, for example, if you said that you work in a ABC company from 2009 to 2011, and you worked on a project during that time, all you need to do is fill up a form which you receive from the PMI, get it signed by your manager or any stakeholder whose reference you gave while submitting the application, and submit to PMI. In case PMI has any doubt about that document, they may come back to you and ask you to submit any other proof like your experience certificate. Generally, they don't ask it. Okay, and it is quite subjective. I have not seen in many cases PMI going to that level of detail. So I think if that information is correct as per PMI guidelines, then that should suffice. Okay. Okay. So once your application is approved and you receive the mail, go ahead and block the examination day. So you can go to the Prometric website and block the date, and I suggest around 110, 120 to 140 hours of studies for the PMP examination. Now, depending on whatever amount of time you can pull out every day, you need to see whether you can do this in 30 days time, you need to do this in 45 days time, or 60 days time. That is completely on your schedule, that is completely on your availability. But I would strongly suggest, if you are planning to study 1 hour every day, don't do that. The minimum time you must take out to prepare to study every day is 2 hours, because it's not that you will open the book, you'll open your study material, and right from that moment you will be completely engrossed into that. It takes some time to get into that rhythm. So I suggest you pull out at least 2 hours every day with some additional time during the weekends. So the ideal time between the training and your scheduling the examination and taking the examination must not exceed 8 weeks. That's the ideal time. But of course, it is subjective. Depending on your availability, depending on your schedule at your workplace, you can block it. But the important point is, when you are going to take the examination, make sure 2 weeks before that the momentum of the studies is very high. And how you should prepare for the examination is, this is the area where normally people make some mistake. What they do is, right from the day one, they jump to the mock test or mock questions. No, don't do that. I will sincerely suggest that first you focus only on studying, learning the concept, understanding the concept, and go through all the chapters of the PMBOK guide and use some additional reference material as well. And once you have done that, then you start working. Once you have done one cycle of reading, and that is the time you should start picking up the mock test and you should start doing the questions there. So we are going to talk about that in detail when we move to the later topics here. So after you have done your studies for 4 to 6 weeks, I think you should be ready to take the examination. You need to go ahead and take the exam, and I'm sure you will be able to clear it in first attempt. And once you clear that, you will earn that credential, and then you need to maintain it. So the validity of this PMP credential is 3 years, and you need to renew it after every 3 years. And during the 3 years time, you need to earn 60 PDUs to renew that PMP certification. So if you look at the lower side of this slide, this is the area where Edureka is going to provide you help and support. Right from taking up the training, till taking you through your audit process and application assistance in application filling up, and then your personalized guidance plan from by SME. Our SMEs will guide you when you attend the training here, because we will be able to keep a track or keep a tab on each person's ability and the score, and also their learning experience. Based on that, our SMEs can guide you, can give you a personalized study plan that how you should go about it. And when you reach to a point where you need to start taking the mock test and mock questions, we have more than 1,000 questions on our website integrated in our LMS, and you can make use of that. And after the examination, we have the significant number of courses which will help you earn PDOs. So Edureka will be there with you right from the beginning, and it's basically an ongoing relationship that we have. So that's about the ideal preparation time and the high level steps that you need to take up. And important point is, when you take this training through Edureka, you're going to get 24/7 assistance from Edureka, 365 days a year, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. You can log in a ticket, you can talk to the support team here, and within stipulated time frame, your query will be answered or your issues will be resolved. And let me look at this question. And Stephanie is asking, I have worked on several small projects at the same time while working as a assistant project manager. It would be impossible to list all of the projects I worked on the application. How will I be able to document PM experience? Stephanie, PMI has not put any restriction of the number of projects that you have to handle. You might have worked on hundreds of projects, and the objective is to document 4,500 hours of project management experience. Okay. Suppose the duration of the project that you have worked on is very small, 2 days, 3 days, or 4 days, or 5 days. Then of course there would be multiple number of projects that you need to document there. But if that is the case, you actually do not have any option. You will have to go by that way only. Okay, and that's why I'm telling you, PMI has not put any restriction, because sometimes the kind of industry you work in, the kind of work you do, the duration of the project may not be very long. Not necessarily you will have projects coming with a duration of 3 months or 4 months or 5 months, but you can go ahead and document that. What I can do is, what I can help you with is, after this session, you can get in touch with me, and I will provide you an Excel template where you can fill up some of the information about some of the project that you handled, and I'll guide you how to do that. And in case if needed, I'll make some corrections also there for you. Okay, so I hope your query is answered here. If you have any doubt, I'm there for another 5.5 hours, and after that as well. Okay. So this is about your ideal preparation time for the PMP exam. And with this, we move to the next one. I already mentioned that, how Edureka is going to help you in attaining that PMP credential, and also in maintaining that. Edureka has live and interactive online classes. We have all these instructor-led virtual classes, online classes, and we have different schedule. Like some of the people would like to prefer a continuous 4-day session. So we have 4-day session, we have 2 weekend batch, and we have 4 weekend batch as well, where each session is of 4 hours. So in case if you are working on a very critical project, you are not able to pull out all 35 hours, 36 hours in one go, you can split that. In case if you miss any of the session for any reason, you can actually attend any of the future batch, and that too without any additional cost. It's going to be completely free. You can re-attend the class in case if some of the topics were not clear, or you appeared for the examination some time back, and unfortunately the time between your training and the examination has increased from 6 to 8 weeks to, let's say, 1 year or 2 years. After 1 year, if you come back, you can attend any of the batch which is going on at that time for that particular topic without any extra charges. And the biggest advantage of attending an online session is you get access to the recorded session throughout your life. It doesn't come with any validity. So once you do this, once you attend the training, throughout your life. You can access this recording anytime that you want through your learning management system. And you have you get around 1,000 mock questions and module-wise quiz on our website, on the LMS, 24/7 technical support, post-course support, and also assistance in filling up the application form. Okay, so with this, we have covered our first topic, which was introduction to the prerequisites and the formalities of the PMP examination, and talking about the myths and how it works with the PMP. So the next topic is introduction to project and project management. We will start with the very basics, and then we are going to get into some the level, the depth at which we are going to work and we are going to discuss the things is going to decrease. So we will have an overview, we will have a high level view of it, but for that high level, it's important we understand the basics here. So the project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. This is the definition of project as given in PMBOK Guide 5th edition. This definition actually highlights the characteristics of a project. First is it has to be temporary. Second is unique, and third is a progressive elaboration. Temporary means it has to start one day and it has to end one day. It cannot be an ongoing effort. If it is an ongoing effort, then it is no longer a project, but it becomes an operations. And for operation, you cannot use your project management approach or project management methodology. You need to have methodology or the operations management procedure there. So this is one characteristic which will differentiate it from the operations. A lot of people come with this question that, I work in the operations, I work in the finance domain, I work in, let's say, bank, and all I'm doing some day-to-day activities. Does it make me eligible for the PMP examination? Now the question is, or the point that I tell them is, along with your regular operational work, you might have worked on certain projects as well. For example, if you are working in the finance operation, along with your operational goals and operational activity, if you have worked on any of the process improvement, any of the quality goal, any of the quality objective, if you worked on any Six Sigma or green belt or black belt project, if you worked on an initiative which was to bring down the operational cost, okay, that also can fall into the boundaries of project management, because you started that activity with a specific goal. It gave you a unique output. Let's say you received a goal, an objective from your management team that bring down the OPEX or operational cost by 20%. Okay, so the outcome of that entire cost optimization project is going to be 20% reduction in your OPEX, which is a unique output. And it, of course, is going to be time bound. It will start one day and it will end one day. So it becomes a temporary endeavor. And also, most importantly, it has progressive elaboration. So progressive elaboration is as you move ahead. Let me go to the paint so I can draw it there and I can explain it to you. So as you move ahead, you will see that the scope will increase, the number of activities that you're doing are increasing, and you get more clarity on what is to be done. You get more clarity on the scope. You get to move towards the finer details of the project. Okay, so that makes it, that is called as progressive elaboration. Okay, just a feedback I received that it was too long on how to apply for the examination. I understand, but that was the one of the topic where people actually have a lot of questions and a lot of doubt and a lot of misconceptions as well. I'm so sorry. I apologize if you feel it was too long, because some of the people in my previous session, they mentioned that it is actually they need more detail about the prerequisite. But later on, when you get the recording, you want to refresh anything, you can, of course, skip that part. But for the future sessions, we will definitely take in your point and we will consider that. Thanks for the feedback, Lenny. So we were talking about this progressive elaboration. So this is the, as you move ahead in the project, you get clarity about what is to be delivered. You get clarity on the final details of the project, and that is your project. So once you have a project ready, once you have identified a project, then you need to start managing the project. And for that, we will use project management, which is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques applied to the project activities to meet the project requirements. So this definition is very important here. It says the application of knowledge. The knowledge, if I ask you what is the knowledge, so this knowledge is generally from the PMI perspective, it's not about the domain. If you are working in programming, if you do the coding, not necessary you need to be a master of coding. If you work in construction, not necessary that you have to be a person who has done work in all aspects of the construction. But when we talk about the knowledge, we are actually emphasizing on the project management knowledge. The knowledge of the processes you need to use to manage that project. Okay. Talking about skills, so your managerial skills, your communication skills, your soft skills. And these skills are very, very crucial because as a project manager, you need to manage the project. And managing the project means managing the information or the work which is being done in the project. And for that, you need to interact with the people, your team member. You have your customer, you have your senior management running after your life because they want more to be done in less time. They want all the information as of yesterday. Your team is, of course, they have their own challenges. So these are all the stakeholders. And as a project manager, it is your responsibility to manage the expectations of the stakeholder and to manage the expectations of the different stakeholders. You need to have certain skills. Okay, so those are the skills which are very, very important. And in 5th edition of the PMBOK guide, PMI also has put a lot of emphasis on the competencies of the project manager. Okay. Along with this, a PM must be loaded with the tools and techniques. So tools are not just any spreadsheet in your Excel. The tools are the different activities also that you might do. You will be loaded or overloaded with the information. You need to use certain tools to be able to capture that information, to be able to create the repository of the information, and also to process that information and apply certain techniques so that you can use that information in your decision making. Okay. For example, if you are my boss, I'm sitting on my desk and working, and you come to me and ask me, Nishant, how much of the work is done? And if I tell you 50% of the work is done, does it make any sense to you? No. You need to know, because you need to know 50% in what, in how much time, how much of the work was supposed to be done by now, and how much we have done. We should be able to do a comparison, isn't it? So 50% work done in isolation does not make any sense. So the correct way of telling this is, by this time we were supposed to complete 45% of the work, and I have completed 50% of the work. So whatever information you are getting from the different tools, you must apply, you must interpret that information in a useful information. That's the data, and you need to translate into information. And this, on top of everything, a project manager must also have some generic management skills and also the professional ethics. So PMI puts a lot of emphasis on the ethical part of it. So in the earlier versions of PMBOK, like until PMBOK guide, the 3rd edition, there was a separate knowledge area on professional responsibility and ethics. But from 4th edition onwards, they removed that knowledge area and integrated or added that to all the other knowledge areas that we have. Okay. Once you have identified the project and you have started using your project management, then you need to understand that where exactly you are going to apply these knowledge, skills, and tools and techniques. And that is to ensure that all the competing factors of the project or the constraints of the project are in control. Okay, it's very important. It's very important to understand that where we are going to apply that, what are the different constraints that we have, and how we are going to manage those constraints. Okay, and it is a responsibility and duty of the project manager to balance and balance among these constraints. And those constraints are your scope, time, cost, quality, resources, risk. One of the element gets disturbed or changes, it is going to impact your entire project. For example, if there is a minor change or deviation in scope, it is definitely going to increase your budget. It is definitely going to increase the time, your schedule. It may impact the quality. You may need some additional resources, and it may increase the risk. You make some changes to the schedule. Suppose you have a time overrun, your project got delayed, then of course your scope might get impacted. Your cost will definitely get a hit. Quality may get impacted. Resources may get impacted. Risk may get impacted. So as a project manager, you have to ensure always that you're getting a perfect triangle among your scope, time, cost, which is the key constraints of a project. But easier said than done. It's very easy to speak about those constraints and talk about this constraint that we need to manage this, we need to manage that. When it comes to real life situation, that is where all your knowledge and skills and capabilities are checked and tested. And project manager need to rely on certain tools and techniques and processes and also methodology. Okay. To have a good control on your project, first of all, you must understand the life cycle of the project. You need to have a very good visibility on the life cycle. Now, when we talk about the life cycle, we get two different terms for that: project life cycle or product life cycle. What is a project life cycle and what is a product life cycle? Product life cycle is a superset. Let me draw that here, and I hope my drawing skills will improve with time. Okay, so this is your starting of the program, let's say. Okay, for example, you work with a car manufacturing company. Okay, and your management team has decided that we are going to come up with a future car, and you, being a head of the R&D department, you have been asked to prepare a prototype with some state-of-the-art feature. Okay? So you set up a team, you finalize a project, and you start working on that project. And for that project, you actually, identify certain phases or certain stages of that. Let's say your R&D. Let me just type it here. Okay, your analysis, feasibility analysis, and then after some time you may want to do your design. Once you have identified that yes, it is feasible, you do the design, then you will probably build the car, and then you'll do the testing of that, and then it will go for final approval. Okay, once it is approved, then that prototype will go into manufacturing. So the outcome of this project will lead into operations, and then you may have to do some operational activities there. You will have to start manufacturing that. It goes to the shop floor. When it goes to the shop floor, you follow the operations, because then it's just doing the mass production of the car. So let's say on the first year, your company decides to manufacture 5,000 units of that car. Second year, they decide to increase the capacity and the production, and they say we will manufacture 10,000 cars. Third year, because the demand of the car may go very high, company says, okay, we will manufacture 15,000 car. And after that, the company says we may want to scale down the production, because at some point of time you need to phase out this car and come up with a new variant of that. Okay, so you can see here that two parallel activities are going on here. One is your operational activities, okay, and second will be your project activities. How come project gets into the picture here? So here, let me just write it down to make it clear. Operations, manufacturing operations, and then you may have some project as well. Now, how come project gets into the picture here? So in the first year, the capacity of that plant was to produce 5,000 units. And next year, the company decided to increase the production capacity or to double up the production capacity. For that enhancement, you need to do certain activities, certain work, which is time bound, which will have some unique output, and it also will have some progressive elaboration. Okay, so that is a project. Upgrading your manufacturing plant, enhancing your skills, enhancing your manufacturing capabilities will be a part of project. Will fall into the guidelines of the project, boundaries of the project. Operational activities will continue to work there. Let's say in the second year, company decides that, okay, so far we have been importing 90% of the components of this car from some other country. And in the second year, they decide to manufacture almost 50% of the components in-house. For that, the company again need to set up certain projects, that is designing of those components or maybe manufacturing of those components. So you can see operations and projects are going hand in hand at that area. Okay. And after some point of time, company decides to sunset this car. They said, okay, we are not going to manufacture any further models, but we will continue to provide support to the people who have purchased this car. So when we talk about the product life cycle is right from the second. Let me just get hold of this. Production, the life cycle of the product, which is your car, started probably some early stage, even before that, because your company might have taken a decision based on the report or analysis that they did in terms of the market visibility and the requirement. So from that point till the time the car is being manufactured or is being supported, and until the time it is marked as end of life. So that from this point to this point, it is your product life cycle. Now within this product life cycle, within this span of time, there were multiple projects, might have been multiple projects. So let's say coming up with the prototype of the car was a project. Okay, upgrading your organization, your manufacturing plant, or setting up the manufacturing plant was a project. Cost optimization or automation can be a project in between. Increasing your capacity can be a project in this. So product life cycle is a superset, and there may be multiple project life cycle or operational life cycle within that product life cycle. Okay, so it's very, very important for you to understand the difference between your product life cycle and the project life cycle. An outcome of a project may lead into operations, and it may actually kickstart another project there. But that all will be a part of your parent, which is a product life cycle. Okay. So I hope this part is clear to everyone. If you have any questions, please feel free to type in your questions, and I will be glad and happy to answer those questions. Okay. When we talk about the project life cycle is, let's say I told you that this one is a project. This, from this point to this time, is a project. And from the starting point till the end point, this project went through various stages. Okay. For example, we human being, we are born, and then we are kid, we grow up, we get into teenage, then we young, then we start going towards the midlife, and then we age, and then end of life, which is a universal fact and a fundamental truth. Okay. We also go through the different stages of life. Similar way, a project also has to go through the different stages of life, which is called as life cycle. So life cycle is made up of multiple phases, and those phases can be subjective. That phases may differ. The name of the phase may differ from the industry to industry, or the type of project that you're doing. So, in a construction, you may have these kind of phases: your feasibility, planning and design, production. In pharma, you may have the discovery and screening of the any medicine, preclinical development, registration workup, post-submission activities. In IT, it's completely different. It's gathering, analysis, design, development, testing, and all. But these are the phases which you need to identify in your project. You must define the life cycle of your project, because once you have identified the life cycle, based on that you can decide what level of control you're going to exercise, what will mark completion of one phase, and you can move ahead in the project. So talking about the phases, more detail into the phases, these phases will be interrelated, interconnected. They will definitely have some relationship among them. That relationship can be sequential, it can be overlapping, or it can be iterative as well. Okay. When we talk about a traditional waterfall approach, we use sequential, or we sometimes use overlapping as well. When we talk about agile, it is always iterative. Okay. You plan one phase, and based on the outcome of that one phase, you decide what should be the next phase, or what will be the deliverables of the activities of the next phase. Okay. So project phase is something very important to understand, because there may not be any direct question for it, but it will help you take some, or it will help you understand some of the complex questions in the PMP examination. Now let us talk about the factors influencing the projects. So from this point, you need to, we will go slightly to the higher level. Of course, we have only 5 hours, 4 hours, 40 minutes, 45 minutes left, and we will not be able to cover everything. So I'm just going to touch upon certain topics which you must understand from the examination perspective, and we're also going to talk about the practical implications of that. So first of all, you must understand the influence that your organization may have on the project. When you start preparing for the PMP examination, when you read through the PIM book, which I am going to take you through, you will see there are processes, and each process has some inputs. And in most, actually in all of the planning processes, one of the key input is OPA. That is your organizational process assets. Okay. Along with that, you will have some enterprise environmental factor, and there is one more thing which is not there in any process, but which is superficial across all the projects in the organization, and that is your culture, your organizational culture, and the style. Each organization, depending on the country they work in, depending on the industry, or irrespective of all those factors, they have certain culture, and that culture has a major and significant influence on the project that are being run in that organization. You must understand what kind of system you have, what kind of PMI is project management system, information system you're using. You must understand what are the style that organization follow, what kind of policies and procedures you have, what are the ethics and workers and the organizational structure and the shared value, belief and expectations. So from the entire set of factors which can have an influence on the project, we will talk about the organizational structure. Organization structure is important from the examination point of view, because there would be minimum, you can expect minimum 2 to 3 questions only from this topic, that is organizational structure. And in the real life as well, it becomes very important. Why? Let me explain you that. For example, you're working on a project, and you require, for your project work, for your decision making, you require some report from the quality analyst. Irrespective of the industry or the function you work in, I'm saying you are a project manager managing a project, and in your plan of activities, you had one activity that you need to do a analysis of the quality or some other areas. You reach out to your quality analyst asking him for a report that I need it as per the schedule. You're supposed to give it to me today. So I want to see it by end of the day. And he responds you back saying, I'm sorry, I'm tied up with some other work which my boss has given to me. I will not be able to finish it before next week. And you have no option but to rely on or to accept this, or at the most what you can do is you can escalate this, you can go to his manager or her manager and you can discuss things with them. But whatever you do, this has impacted your schedule. You will not be able to complete or finish your work on time. Now think about it, why it has happened. Because the person who is supposed to give you that report is not under your direct control. It means as a project manager, your authority over the project resources is limited, isn't it? And that is because the type of organization you work into has not given you full authority or control over the project resources. Now, there is nothing right or wrong in that. You cannot say, no, this is wrong. I want full power, full authority. I am the project manager. But you will not decide what kind of power or authority you're going to get. That is decided by the type of structure your organization follows. Depending on the industry, depending on the work that your company does, depending on the certain other factors, it is decided that what structure they are going to follow, and this decision is taken at a very high level, leadership level. At the time of forming the organization also, they might have decided. So there are three high level or broad categories of the organizational types: your projectized organization, matrix organization, and functional organization. Within matrix organization, there are three subcategories: strong matrix, balanced matrix, and weak matrix. Each of the organization type decides or defines that how much authority project manager has over the project and the project resources. How much control project manager has over all the resources and the work that is being done. So before you start your project, before you start planning for the project, before you finalize the resources or the schedule, you must have a very clear visibility on what all resources are working or reporting directly to you. Do you have an authority to decide when they should do this project work, when they should not do this project work, or you don't have that? If you do not have that authority and control over the resources, find out who controls those resources. Okay? Because in that case, if you do not have that control over the resources, your authority is limited. So it means you don't work in a system where project manager has all the power. So looking at this picture, which is on the right side of the screen, you can see depending on the type of organization, the authority of the project manager is increasing or decreasing. Projectized organization, project manager will be completely empowered and he will have full 100% authority to take any decision about the project. All the resources will be under his control or her control directly. Functional manager will have no authority in the projectized organization. Okay. But when you talk about the functional organization, the authority or the decision-making power for the project will be with the functional manager. So the similar example that I gave you, a quality analyst who has refused to do the work that you gave him today, he's saying that if you want this to be done, you need to talk to my manager. And that manager, quality manager, is actually a functional manager. If you go to product organization, most of the time in the product organization, you will see organizations are projectized. Project manager has all the power and authority. Who is working in this team, who is not working, when they are going to work, when they will do certain things. Okay, and all the resources will report directly to the project manager. But if you go to the services or if you go to the manufacturing organization, there it's most likely it is going to be a functional manager, or the authority will be with functional manager. For example, if you work in a manufacturing, and you have a functional manager, you have operations manager, you have supply chain manager, and you have your finance manager. Company leadership, they decide that, okay, we are going to bring down the operational cost by 20% in, let's say, 1 quarter or 2 quarters. And they pass on this information to the senior management team or to the functional manager team. So each of the functional manager will probably identify one resource or a group of resources from their team who is going to work on the initiative to bring down the cost. But and if it is a cross-functional project, then your supply chain will pull out 1 or 2 resources, manufacturing will pull out 2 resources, finance will pull out 2 resources, and all 6 of them will be working on this project to bring down the cost. One of them can be identified as a person who will coordinate all the activities, who will probably collect all the data, present it to the function manager. Now that person is actually doing a coordinator's role. He will not, or that person will not have any power or any authority to take any decision. That authority lies with the functional manager. It means you are working in a weak matrix organization. In the balance matrix, the authority and the power of the project manager will be shared. Okay, the authority will be shared between your project manager and the functional manager. In a strong matrix, project manager will have higher authority than the functional manager, and in the projectized organization, he will be the complete owner of the project. So this table shows you that in a different type of organization structure, what kind of authority project manager has, what kind of control he has on that. So you can see in the functional organization, project manager's authority is actually none. Okay, it may be very little or none. In weak matrix, it will move to limited. Balanced matrix from low to moderate. Strong matrix, moderate to high. And in projectized, it is high to almost total. Okay. So from the PMP examination perspective, you must understand that how it is going to impact your project values in terms of planning, in terms of execution, in terms of resources availability. Okay. In a real life, it actually has a very important impact and significant impact on your project. And I'm sure the example that I gave, you must have experienced that at some point of time in your professional life. So before you start a project in your organization, you first identify how much power or authority you have. You need to figure out what kind of organization you work into. Is it a projectized organization? Is it a matrix type of organization or a functional organization? Okay. I hope it is clear to everyone. Any questions? You can just type in your question in the chat window. Okay, thanks, Mike. I will consider no news as a good news. So no more questions. It means it is clear. So let's move on to the next factor, which is going to impact your, which will have an influence on your project, is a organizational process assets. So OPA, I'll call it as an OPA. So OPA is basically a collection of all your processes, policies, procedures, and knowledge base. When I say knowledge base, it means all the projects that you have done in the past, historical database, documentation available from those historical projects, which you can use for this project. For example, you did a project which was delayed significantly, and this project was done in the organization by some other project manager, and there was a significant amount of delay, cost overrun in this project. Now, why it happened? That project must have documented some lessons learned. So you need to figure out what went wrong in that project so that you can take some preventive actions for your project. So the knowledge base becomes very important. It will also have a repository of all the policies and procedures and processes. When we talk about the processes, so processes are related to the methodology that the organization follows. And this methodology is owned by an entity in the organization. So let me do a check here. So can you please write the name of the entity which will own these processes, policies, procedure, and the knowledge base? Just take a minute. Shrikant, yes, fantastic. Rory, Shrikant, you, fantastic. It's PMO, Project Management Office, or some organization, they also call it as a Program Management Office. So your PMO will own your processes, policies, guidelines. A simple example, you join a new organization, you don't know how things move, and you have to kickstart a project. You go to your manager, and your manager says, you please connect with this gentleman or this lady from this team, and they will guide you. When you go and connect with that person, you get a whole list of documentation to be done, whole set of approvals that you require, and you need to follow certain process. So that person is most likely to be a PMO, Project Management Office or Program Management Office. And these OPA will have a significant impact on your project as well. For example, your previous project or one of the previous project was delayed because you had to procure something from a vendor and the vendor delayed the delivery of that material. So the project was delayed. So when you are planning for the new project, you will ensure that you have already clarified from this vendor that, no delay should happen, or why this delay happened, or you may also want to look for another vendor. So there is a question from Mike, which OPAs are owned by the PMO? Not all OPAs, correct? Yes, Mike, you're absolutely correct. Not everything or not 100% of the OPA will be owned by the PMO. I am talking about the key processes. For example, your methodology. Methodology says the moment you have to start a project, first of all, you need to fill up a charter document. So who is going to give you the charter document or the template for the charter is your PMO. Okay. There is a policy. So policy is not owned by the PMO, but PMO ensures that you are adhering to the policy. Policies are decided at the organization level. Okay. Management has decided that, okay, the policy is all the people are not supposed to spend more than 9 hours in the office. Some of the countries have very specific labor laws and they want to abide by the laws. So the management has made a policy that no one is allowed to work for more than 9 hours in office. So PMO will ensure that the project hours that are being documented are in accordance with the policy. Okay. I hope I was able to make it clear, Mike. Okay. Thank you. And then there may be some practices or knowledge, some artifacts which can be used, which will have a significant influence on the project, and your completed schedule. We talked about that. Your risk data. Your organization may have a checklist depending on the industry you work on. For example, let's take an example of NASA. If NASA has to send a manned mission on moon or in space, there is a very, very rigid risk management process which they need to follow. Okay. So project manager, we need to work with the compliance team. I'm not sure, I'm not familiar with the modus operandi of NASA, but of course there is a compliance team. There will be a compliance team who will own that risk data and who will ensure that you are following this checklist, you are following the correct steps to minimize the likelihood or probability of that risk. Okay. And as I told you, when we go to the process level, you will see that OPAs are an input to the most of the planning, actually not most, you can say all of the planning processes, because none of the planning can be done without referring to your OPA. So two high-level categories for OPA is your process and procedures and your corporate knowledge base. When we talk about execution or monitoring and controlling, some of the processes you will see updates to OPA as an element, as an item there. Updates to OPA, it means you are updating that data, the actual data in your knowledge base. Okay. You are archiving that information. Clear? So this is about OPA, and another important point that you must know, about is here. Okay, so this is a visual depiction of your OPA or the corporate knowledge base. And the next point that we are going to talk about is your enterprise environmental factors. Enterprise environmental factors are again significantly important. They are again input to most of the processes, and they may include your culture, your structure, and the governance. For example, the same NASA. So NASA has a very stringent process, and they say that every component or every item that you are procuring from the vendor, from a third party vendor, must go through a rigorous check, a process of check. So PMO is going to own that process. Okay, but that governance that you must have is based on is decided by the organization as a senior management team. So as an organization, they need to have that strict governance in place. Okay. We talked about 9 hours policy, that the policy is that people should not be allowed to work more than 9 hours. Let's say 8 hours. Let's reduce it further. So that 8 hours is decided by the management team considering the local law of the land, law of the country. So that becomes an enterprise environmental factor. Okay, your market condition. If you have to submit a proposal for the new project and you are saying the return on investment or the margin of profit in this project is going to be 20%. So your board or your senior management will take a decision based on the guidelines of the organization, and the guidelines of the organization may say we will not undertake any project where margin of the profit is less than 25%. So your project may die at the charter stage only. Why? Because it did not comply with one of the enterprise environmental factor. And what was that factor? That was a factor which was in accordance with your market condition or your organizational, your governance or certain specific policies. Clear? So enterprise environmental factor will be there wherever you see planning process. EEF will definitely be there. In certain cases, when you go to some processes of project HR management, you will see that in 2 processes, you will see updates to enterprise environmental factor. So updates to enterprise environmental factor will happen when there are some changes need to be made in specific policies or the guidelines of the organization. For example, company may have a strict guideline that everyone need to work from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. Now, this project that you're working on requires a team member to interact with a customer which is in a completely different time zone. So a lot of people are working in the night and they are in the call with the customer till probably 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock, or they need to interact with them. So for them, it will not be possible to join the report for the work at 8 o'clock. So for those cases, there may be an output that updates to your enterprise environmental factor. Okay. So whenever you see this is an output to your processes, you will see that only in 2 processes, you know what they are looking at. So with this, we actually cover the 3 elements here. And another important point that you must consider is the project stakeholder. This is a point which a lot of people I have seen in my experience, they miss. They fail to identify how stakeholders can impact their project. And that's why sometimes the project goes for a toss. So let us understand who is a stakeholder and who is not. Your project, any person, any individual or a group of individuals or organization who is actively involved in the project or who has the power to influence the project or may get influenced by the outcome of the project directly is a stakeholder. Your senior management is a stakeholder. Your project team is a stakeholder. Your vendor is a stakeholder. Okay. So these are all the people who can influence your project or who can get influenced by the outcome of your project. So let me ask you a question. You can write the answer of that in the chat window. I have a competitor. Shall I treat that as a stakeholder? Just say yes or no in the chat window. Can my competitor be a stakeholder? Okay, great. I can see most of the answers are no. Yes, it in a standard project, it may not be a stakeholder. In PMP examination, you may get a question like that. But again, there is some amount of subjectivity involved into that. If I look at as per the general, in the general perspective, my competitor is not a stakeholder. Okay, but in certain cases, in certain specific projects, it can be. Let's say you are working on a government project and it's a huge project. So government decided to split that project into different pieces, and they assigned this project to three different companies. Yours is one of them, and all these three are actually competitors. So technically, that organization, other organization, is a competitor, but at the same time, in your project, it can be a stakeholder as well. So remember, whenever you have to answer this kind of question in the PMP examination, read the question thoroughly. And sometimes you may have to read between the lines as well. Okay, so from the PMP examination perspective, there may be some amount of subjectivity involved into that. In the general perspective, my competitor is not a stakeholder. Okay, your key stakeholder may include your PMO, customer, user, your seller, vendor, ops, or any person with whom you have some touch points in the project. And why I say that your stakeholder can influence your project is, let's say there is a compliance manager, or let me give you an example of quality manager. Okay, so you work in a matrix organization, balanced matrix organization, where you share your responsibility, or the project, or the responsibility and the power is shared by the project manager and the functional manager. Quality manager is one of the functional manager. And one of the deliverable or your project is not complying with the company policy. Okay, it is well within the margin. Okay, but still quality manager says, no, I cannot give this approval to this project. I cannot pass this project. So that deliverable will be, you may have to do some rework. It means what? It means that person has power and authority to influence your project. And because he has now said, no, you cannot move ahead, and your project is getting a hit in terms of time, in terms of definitely cost as well. It means what? That you as a project manager missed identifying the influence of that person earlier, and you did not factor in to what extent it can influence or it can impact your project. If you had identified that this person is a major stakeholder, and if we do not comply to these and these standards, he will not approve the deliverable, and without approval, we will not be able to move ahead. Then you probably would have taken some actions and steps while the work is being done, or while the work was being planned, that to end that, the output must be within these parameters or within these guidelines. Okay, so that's why your stakeholder identification is very important. I'll give you another very quick example. When you started your project, everything was fine, everything was hunky-dory, you started working on the project, and you are at the final stage of the project where you have done your deliverables are all ready, and you're ready to hand over them to the customer. And at that time, you come to know from your management or from your leadership team or from your PMO that you must get an approval from your compliance manager. And when you go to the compliance manager in a jiffy, in an unplanned way, that person says, I'm sorry, I cannot give you approval until and unless you do these activities, give me the audit report. So now your project is getting a hit. Another example could be, your let's say, senior vice president of the customer organization. He is a very senior person, and he said that he's going to review the project on a quarterly basis only. And during one of the review, certain factors he did not like, and he's saying, no, I'm not happy. Unless you clarify that, we cannot move ahead. Okay. So unless those points are clarified, you cannot move to the next stage of the project. And in that situation, you will have to probably go back and you'll have to do some corrections. You'll have to do some additional work. If you have identified that stakeholders in the early stage, and if you had noted down the expectation of that stakeholder in the early stage, it would have helped you plan or consider or include those factors or the additional work in your schedule as well. So there is a question here. Okay, so compliance manager in your, okay, Mike has a question. So compliance manager in this example will be a stakeholder. Compliance manager is just following the enterprise environmental factor. Okay, he is following a guideline which is set by the organization. And there is another question by Lian. Please let me know if I'm pronouncing it correctly or not. So please explain the rotate log file. So rotate log file is basically your person, who is responsible to manage the log files probably. Your documentation or your archival requirements. That person can also be a stakeholder. So let me take it to link it with the compliance only. One of the guideline or enterprise, your environmental factor is that all the work, all the reports which are being generated, audit reports, project performance report, must be documented in your document management system. And you completed your project, you followed everything, but you failed to archive that or put that into your repository. So your log files might be missing from there. And when it comes to the compliance manager for the final approval, he will check whether these files are there or not. The person has maintained that documentation or not. It may, if it is not there, if it is not complying with that, he may reject it. Okay, so these are just the example. The list is not limited to this. There can be many more people or stakeholders beyond this as well. So with this, we move to the next topic, that is your understanding the processes and the project management framework. So please let me know if you have any questions from the previous topic that we covered. And there's a question from Stephanie. How can the customer be a project stakeholder? Isn't the project finished by the time the customer receives the product deliverable? Your customer is a major stakeholder. Okay. You are working on a project, and let's say it's a 6-month project, and customer has asked for a review every 15 days or every month. Now, customer is a stakeholder because he is the one who is going to get impacted by the outcome of this project. And he is the one who can actually impact your project or influence your project significantly or in a big way. So you must consider, you must note down the expectations of the customer. You must note down the expectation of all the stakeholders. You must validate those expectations, whether they are right, they are justified or not. And accordingly, you should make the plan. Accordingly, you should identify the deliverables or the project specifics so that those expectations can be met on time. What happens otherwise, what will happen is you started working on the project, you have the first customer review meeting, and during that review meeting, customer is not happy because he has some different set of expectation. So customer will say, I'm sorry, I cannot give you a go ahead on this. I'm sorry, I cannot release any additional fund for that. So he becomes a major stakeholder. Another question is, sorry, Stephanie, I hope I was able to answer the question. You can just confirm that in the chat window. Otherwise, I'll take it to the further detail. Okay, so Rory has a question. Is the PMO responsible for identifying the stakeholders in the organization? PMO can give you a standard list, but it is the project manager who will have to define, who will have to identify. See, normally this work is done, this is a team effort. It's a teamwork. team member, it's the responsibility of the project team to identify the stakeholder. And PMO, based on the policies, there would be some people who are fixed stakeholder, who is a permanent stakeholder in all the project that you do in the organization. Let's say compliance. Because of the policy that is there in the organization, every project must obtain an approval from the compliance manager. Then yes, your compliance manager will be a stakeholder. PMO will ensure that you are filling up the right document, you have the right templates available, and PMO will also ensure that you are obtaining that approval from the compliance manager. Okay, so it is the responsibility of the project manager and the project team to identify the stakeholder. There may be some stakeholders which will be subjective depending on the project. There may be some stakeholders which have to be a permanent stakeholder or a must stakeholder in all the project, and that is given by the PMO. But all those subjectivity is defined by the team itself. So I hope your question is answered, Rory. Okay, great. Thank you. So we can move to the next topic, which is your process and project management framework. And this is the place where we will talk about the PMBOK guide. So let me give you some introduction of PMBOK guide. So PMBOK stands for Project Management Body of Knowledge. PMI came up with the standard framework, or you can say the collection of the best practices sometime in early 90s. And from that time, they started releasing the updates to it every 3 years. So the latest edition of this PMBOK guide is 5th edition. As I told you, they gave you the update and the come up with the updated version of this every 3 years. So the next version, which is the 6th edition of PMBOK, is going to be released on 1st January 2016. So these time and dates are fixed for all across. 1st January 2016, 6th edition will be out, and people who have taken this training on the 5th edition of the PMBOK guide, for them the cutoff date for the PMP examination is 31st July. So they will have opportunity to take the examination based on 5th edition till 31st July. PMI is going to change the basis of their exam from 1st August. 1st August 2016 will be the cutover date for the latest edition for of the PMBOK guide. So PMBOK guide is a collection of PMBOK is a collection of the best practices which are submitted and documented by the professionals from all the nooks and corners of the world, from all the industries. Okay. And PMBOK guide that we have is basically a distilled version of the wider body of knowledge. And this PMBOK guide is divided into 3 sections. One is your project management framework that we already talked about, your organizational influence in the project life cycle. And then we have process groups and your processes in the process groups. So there are 5 process groups, which is your initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. And processes, there are 47 processes in PMBOK guide. 5th edition of PMBOK guide has 47 processes. In 4th edition, there were 42 processes. They added 5 new processes in this edition, and there may be certain changes in the next edition of that. But as of now, for you, 47 processes. And then there are 10 knowledge areas as well, distinctive knowledge areas. That is your project integration, scope, time, cost, quality, and so on. We are going to go through that. We are going to have a look at those processes and those knowledge areas as well. So this part we have already covered. PM framework, we already covered a very high level view of that. We will quickly review the process group and process group interaction, and I will show you the PMBOK guide, which will where you will get a glimpse of all the 47 processes mapped to all these 10 knowledge areas. Okay. Now, from the examination point of view, you must go through, you must be familiar with all the process groups, all the processes, all the knowledge areas, and the mapping of these 47 processes with the process group and the knowledge areas. How we are going to do that, I'll show that to you in some time. So let us first of all understand what is a process. Okay. I hope everyone knows what is a process, because process is something that we keep on listening, keep on hearing day in and day out. For example, you have just completed a travel and you came back from the travel, and now is the time to claim the expenses or submit the expenses for the reimbursement. So does it happen like this, that you go to your accounts department, you go to an accounts officer, give him all the bills, and you ask, okay, I spent $200, please pay me $200 cash. He will say, no, I cannot pay you like that. So what you do is, you take this form, fill that up, attach all the original receipts, and pick that into a Dropbox. And every day morning 10 o'clock, we are going to open that box and we'll collect all the form. And then I'm going to check whether all the original receipts are attached or not. Then I'm going to give it to the senior person, senior accounts officer, who will check whether the spend was well within limit or not. Are you eligible for that or not? Once it is all approved, then it will go to probably the accounts manager, who will approve it or reject it. If it is approved, then your company is going to, or your finance department, accounts department is going to deposit the money, not on the random fashion, but maybe they will have their own life cycle. Some companies follow that, okay, twice a month they will release a payment. Some companies will release a payment on the weekly basis. So once the expenses are approved, then in the next cycle you are going to get receive the money, reimbursement. So what is this? This is a process. This is a predefined and predefined set of actions and activities to complete that work. So for each and every element of the project, important element, PMBOK has processes. One of the mistake that people make, most of the people make it, they call this PMBOK guide as a methodology. No, PMBOK guide is not a methodology. PMBOK guide is a collection of processes and knowledge areas, and you can build your own methodology by choosing what processes are relevant and what are not. Okay, so depending on the type of work you're doing, depending on the guidelines of the organization, you can pick and choose the processes, build your methodology, and follow that process. From the PMP examination perspective, you must be very well aware of all these processes. You have to become a champion of these processes. You must understand where these processes are used, in what form they are used. Okay. See, one of the advice and suggestion that I give to all the people who attend my workshop, who attend my session, or with whom I interact is, if you really want to grow in the project management, you must move away from being a checklist project manager. So when we talk about methodology, you definitely will have the checklist, but the processes, you must use your wisdom, your knowledge, that how and where you're going to use these processes. And PMI is going to check that component, okay, whether you understand the processes, you understand the application of that process or not. And that is why I told you in the beginning, this exam has actually become a sort of psychometric assessment, where PMI is going to check how comfortable you are in solving those complex situations. Okay, so there are two different groups where your processes will fall. First is, what is the process that you need to follow, or that is aligned with the organizing the work of the project or the project. Sometimes, let me give you an example to understand this, the work of the project. So there is something called as project scope, and there is something called as product scope. Okay. So project scope is what is to be done, product scope is how to be done. Suppose you have received a project, your company has received a project that they need to construct a gas station. Okay, so you need to construct construct a gas station, and when you look at the guidelines, one of the most important guideline is there must be some fire safety mechanism. There has to be fire extinguisher or some system installed in place. So that becomes a scope of the product. Okay, now to have that product installed or to have that feature enabled in your product, you need to do certain activities. That work that you're going to do will become your project scope. So to identify the work that you need to do for a project, you must define certain processes which will be your project management processes. And to identify what is to be delivered, to identify what are the specific features of the product, you must follow certain processes. Okay, those processes can be like you're doing a prototype. Okay, so for that prototype, there may be certain specific technical process which you need to follow, which may be outside this list of 47 processes. Okay, so there is a comment from Mike, memorize table 3.1. Yes, I'm going to show you that in some time. That is something that you must memorize. I'll show you that in a few minutes from now. Okay, so understand the difference, and when you go for the project scope management, of course, we are not going to cover that in this webinar session. That is a part of the detailed PMP exam preparation workshop session, where we discuss about the product scope and project scope. So a process is made up of certain input. So that process will receive some information. That process is going to analyze and review that information using some tool and technique, and that process is giving you the output. Output of one process can be or may be an input to one or multiple or more than one processes. So now is the time to look at these processes here. So I will show you this table. Please let me know if you can see my desktop and you can see this PDF which I'm sharing right now. So I'm sharing the PMBOK guide. Can you just confirm if you're able to see my screen, PMBOK guide on my screen? Okay, great. So this is a table 3-1 which Mike was talking about, and it gives you a list of all the 47 processes and how they are mapped to the process groups and knowledge areas. So what you see here on the top, hold on, let me just show you that. Okay, what you see here on the top, this one are all your process groups, and what you see here from 4 onwards are your knowledge areas. And then these are the processes. I'm going to explain this in detail in a while, but these are the processes, and you need to memorize in the sense you must have a very good understanding of this table. I will not use the word memorize because I am absolutely against memorizing anything or everything. You must understand the logical flow. So we are going to spend a lot of time on this table here. So I'll go back to my screen, my presentation. So all these 47 processes, lot of these processes are interconnected. Output of one process will be input to one or more than one processes, and so on. Okay, I'll show you that mapping as well. For example, if you go to this process of I picked up any particular process here, you can see the process we are talking about in highlight right now is develop project charter. Develop project charter is receiving input from these documents and these activities, and the output of this process is being used into so many processes. It is going to your develop project management plan. It is also being used as an input in all these processes that you see on this side. Okay, so these processes are interconnected. They have some interdependency and interrelationship, and you must understand that. So people who think that memorization will help, just remember there are 47 processes, and each of the process has this data flow diagram. Okay, unless you have some supercomputer, super memory chip integrated in your mind, it will not be possible to create that map. And for that, we must understand the logical flow of that. Okay, and that logical flow is something that we are going to talk about in a while from now. So moving to the next topic. Okay, let me check if everyone is clear with what we have discussed so far. Anyone has any question, please let me know. Okay, I will consider no news as a good news. So the next is your process group interaction. So we talked about the process groups. I call them as a IPEC. IPEC is your initiate, plan, execute, control, and close. So these are the 5 process groups, and these process groups interact with each other in this order. You will initiate the project. You'll initiate you'll have to follow the processes which are in the initiating process group. And if I go to this table, which is on page number 61 of PMBOK guide, I can see the table 3-1. Initiating process group has certain processes. Once you complete these processes, do all this required thing, then you will be able to start your planning process group. And the planning and execution may have some overlapping there. Of course, there is a lot of subjectivity involved depending on the nature of the work or the organization structure or the process that you follow. You will do that. And while the work is being done, you will have to use the processes which are in monitoring and controlling to ensure the work is as per plan, and also it is meeting the requirements and expectation of the stakeholder. And once you complete entire set of complete the deliverables are completed, then you'll move on to the closing process and you will exit the phase. Important point, another point to understand here is these process groups, they are not the project life cycle. Okay, these process groups can be a part of your project management life cycle, which may be spread across the entire project or which may be limited to one phase of the project. Okay, for example, I'll get back to the screen. We talked about analysis. So here we are saying analysis is a phase. Now, depending on the complexity, depending on the duration, depending on the location, geographical location, this analysis may take a long time. I was watching this documentary on the Discovery Channel about how this Panama Canal was built and constructed. So it took probably 2 or 3 years only to analyze whether it can be done there or not. Okay, so in these kind of complex project, your analysis itself can be a project in its own, isn't it? So for that, you can actually define, or you can have your different process groups, or it can have a project management life cycle within it only. So in this case, in this example, what I gave you, what you do is you will have all these 5 process groups going on within the analysis. Then you may have the same process group going for design. You may have all this for build as well. But in a standard typical project, if you're in an IT company, you have a duration of, you have 3-month or 4-month long project, or very typical project, then you need not to have project management life cycle for each of the phase here, but you can define one single life cycle for the entire project life cycle. Okay, so these 4 phases, these process groups or different element of this process groups of this project management life cycle can be sequential, can be overlapping, or can be iterative as well. Clear? And I'll jump back to the PMP examination blueprint from here. So a lot of people have this question that which one is most critical, which one is most important here? Believe me, everything is important. Everything is very, very important in PMBOK. There is nothing of lower significance or lower importance. Okay. PMP examination, this 200, the distribution of the 200 questions will be like this for all the domains. 13% of the questions will be from initiation, 24 for planning, 30 for execution, 25 for monitoring and controlling, and 8% of the questions will be from closing, and they will be mixed randomly. Okay? It's not that you will get a question, so the first 13% questions will be from initiating, next 24% will be for planning. No, they will be mixed randomly, and you need to find out and figure out yourself that this question belong to that particular stage or process group or not. Somewhere this information may be useful, somewhere it may not be. Okay, I would suggest for the examination that if the question is such which does not demand the identification of the process group, do not waste your time to figure out it belongs to which domain. Look at the situation, read it thoroughly, understand the situation, and take the answer, select the option which is most appropriate as per the PMI guidelines. So we're going to talk about the tips and tricks towards the end of the session. So stay on, hang on till the time for if you want to get answered of those questions. Okay. Now moving to the next part is, these processes have their own structure. They have certain set inputs, tools and techniques, and certain outputs. PMI gives you a lot of flexibility and freedom. Okay? So the project manager and project team can tailor the process, customize the process, modify the process. Okay? They can merge two processes, they can merge or remove some of the processes, they can also eliminate some of the elements of the process as well. That is completely up to you as a project manager and your team. Okay? From the examination perspective, you will have to go through all those 47 processes, but when it comes to the real-time application, you need to build your own methodology. So you will use these 47 processes as a guiding document, and based on that, you're going to decide as a team whether certain processes are relevant or not. If not, don't include that in your methodology. Okay, you can club certain processes. For example, validate scope and quality control can be merged. Your create WBS and define activity process can be merged. Your qualitative and quantitative risk analysis can be merged. Okay, so these are just some of the examples that how you can do that in a real life. PMI allows you to do that. Okay, at this point of time, I'll just deviate from here for 2 minutes. I'm sure you all must have heard of Prince2 and Agile. Prince2 follow traditional waterfall approach, which PMBOK also follows. In Prince2, you have set number of processes which you must follow in as is format. Okay. In PMBOK guide, you have the liberty to pick and choose a process that you're going to follow in the real life. If you want to know more about the difference in PMI ECP, Prince2 and PMP, you can go to EduGrad website, and I did a webinar probably 3 weeks back that is named as Paths to PMP. It's a 1 hour webinar, not so long as long this one is. Go to that webinar, and this will give you a complete overview of, give you a complete clarity on what is the difference in ACP, Prince2 and PMP. If you have any difficulties accessing that webinar, please reach out to the support team or reach out to me or the sales team, and we will help you. And the next part is project management knowledge areas. So there are 10 knowledge areas, 10 distinctive knowledge areas. Your integration, scope, time, cost, quality, HR, communication, risk, procurement, and stakeholders. Same can be seen here as well in your PMBOK guide. So you have all these knowledge areas, and each of the knowledge area has certain processes. So depending on what stage of the project you are, you will have to carry out these processes from each of the respective knowledge area. Okay, so when you go for a 4-day or 35 hours training, you actually are taken through all these 10 knowledge areas. We do a deep dive into each and every process. We review each and every input, tools and techniques and outputs in that training here. Okay, so you must be familiar with this mapping part, and that's all about this chapter, this topic. and the next one is overview of the PMBOK guide. So that is where we do the 360-degree overview. So that's a slightly lengthy and slightly time-taking topic. So before that, do you have any question that you want to ask right now? So I am sharing PMBOK right now, and to get a complete view, I'm going to minimize my question window on a side. So in case if I miss your question, please bear with me. Another few minutes, I'm going to pop that chat question window back. I need more space to do that. So let's go in the beginning of this PMBOK section. This is how your PMBOK guide is when you download the soft copy of it. And when you come to this index, table of content, here you can see you have some introduction here, and then it talks about from chapter 1, 2, and 3 till chapter 1, 2, and 3. They talk about the project management processes, framework, and also the factors which can influence your project. That is your organizational framework, your organizational structure, and all area. And also it talks about the competencies of the project manager, which is very important. So the knowledge areas start from chapter 4. That's why when you go to this table on page number 61, you must be wondering that, why it is starting from 4. Why not from 1? Because 1 is introduction, 2 is your organization influence in the project life cycle, 3 is your PM processes, and the knowledge area start from 4. Okay, and then they have all these 10 knowledge areas. I'm scrolling a bit fast because I need to go to the next section here. Okay, here, yes. Towards the end, you see this annex 1, which says standards for project management of a project, which is on page number 417. So when you go through the processes, which are or all the sections before this page, it will all be knowledge area wise. You can see the way the chapters are organized. They are all knowledge area wise. They will pick up one knowledge area one by one, and they will talk about all the processes, falling into that knowledge area across different process group. But in Annex 1, standard for project management of a project, PMI has given this information how you can follow in the process group wise. I will show you that. I'll show you one of the chapter from here. Let me take you through the stakeholder, that is 391. If I go to this one of the knowledge area, here it tells me that what are the different processes I have in that knowledge area. Okay, so this is based on the knowledge area depending on the process group you're falling into. And if I go to the next annex, and here it talks about the organization of this processes with respect to the process group. So here you can see they are talking about when you are in the initiating process group, what all process you're going to follow. When you move to the planning process group, what all process you're going to follow. When you move to the executing process group, what all process you need to follow, and so on. So they have picked up these process groups here. So initiating process group, we can see in initiating process group there are only 2 processes. So when your project is passing through the initiating stage, you need to carry out these 2 processes coming from different knowledge areas. When your project move into the planning stage, then you need to follow these many processes. Okay, they are all coming from the different knowledge areas. You're coming from scope, time, cost, quality, HR, and so on. When you move to the executing process group, then you need to follow all these areas. So I'm sorry. It's for the to prepare for the PMP examination. Go through everything. You must read entire PMBOK cover to cover at least once. Do not even think of going for PMP examination without reading this. Okay, and when we talk about the practical application, that what is to be done, in what order we should do in a real life scenario, then you should refer to this standards of project management for a project, okay, which is in 417. Because in a practical scenario, you may want to go process group wise. That first of all, let me identify what is it I need to do in the initiating process group. Then let me figure out what all I need to do in the planning process group. And along with that, depending on the subjectivity, I mean, based on the subjectivity, whether it is a iterative life cycle you're following or the overlapping that you're following, you will decide what process to follow in the planning and executing in what order. Remember, PMI does not expect you to, or PMI has no guidelines that you must follow all the processes in a particular sequence or in fashion. Of course, there are some dependencies, hard dependencies among the processes. For example, you cannot start your project or you cannot move on to the your identify stakeholder or the planning process if you have not done this process. But when you come to this stage, this is up to you that in what order you want to follow these processes, or in what order you want to follow these processes. That is subjective. That is something that the project manager and the team will decide. Okay. So the important question it talks about, important question that it answers is, in what order we must follow it. Okay. So I hope I was able to clarify this. I hope I was able to shed some light on this. If you have any questions here, please ask, because this is a very, very important from the examination perspective. Does each process generate one deliverable? Okay, so Rory, to answer your question, I will again take you through a process first of all. Okay, I do not want to give an answer which will confuse you, but let me take you here. Let's look at this process. Okay, develop project charter. Okay. So we do not use this word deliverable for the process, but we say output. Each of the process is going to give you some output. That output may be in the form of a project deliverable, or that output may be just require some updates in some of the documents. Okay. When you go to the execution, when you look at some of the processes in the execution, then definitely there would be a deliverable here. But when you go to some of the monitoring controlling processes, when you go to some of the planning processes, all you're going to get is probably a document or maybe an update to the document. Okay. So when you plan for the project, when you identify the scope and prepare your work breakdown structure, you will identify what are the deliverables of the project. You will identify what are the internal deliverables and what are the external deliverables of the project. Okay. And based on that, you can see whether this process is giving you any of this internal or external deliverable or not. But each of the process will definitely give you some output. Okay. Does it answer your question, Rory? Okay, great. Thank you. So we'll move to next, and I'll go to page number 61. And what we are going to do is to do a complete and a quick 360-degree overview of our PMBOK guide. I am going to follow the approach which will be process group wise. So we will review the processes which are there in the initiating process group, and then we will review the processes which are in planning and then executing and so on. And I'll tell you where these processes will have to be in some sort of sequential manner, where the process will have to be some overlapping or maybe in a repetitive fashion. Okay. So starting with initiating process group, and the very first in the project has to be develop project charter. So develop project charter is a process which is going to give you a very important deliverable, that is project charter. And project charter is a document which authorizes a project manager to use the resources of the organization to carry out the project work, okay, or to do the project. Project charter is signed by project sponsor, approved by the project sponsor. Okay. Or you can say project charter is released by the project sponsor. There may be a question like this in the PMP examination, that who has authority to release a project charter, and it is always and always project sponsor. Project manager is identified during the charter process. In the project charter, name of the project manager will be documented, that this particular person will be the manager, but it will always be approved by the sponsor. And this how this charter, how it gets approved and signed off by the sponsor is, there has to be some criteria, some justification. So your company may want to look at some of the business cases. They may want to look at some cost benefit analysis, that is it beneficial, is it in the interest of the organization to do this project. There would be has to be some justification for that, and most importantly, whether it complies with the organization guidelines and policies or not. So your management board will review all these things, and then they are going to give a go ahead for the project, and then project sponsor is going to release the project charter. And after the project charter is released and signed off by the sponsor, now the project manager will become the captain of the ship. So in other words, project charter can be considered as an agreement between the senior management of the organization and also the project team or the project manager. And another important point here is, project charter must never be shared with the customer. Okay. It is an internal document, and it must be available only to the identified or selected people, because it may carry some of the very confidential information about the project as well. Okay. Not necessary that everyone in the project team must have an access to that. So what I do is, I actually ask people to prepare a charter, a full-fledged charter, and I also ask my team to prepare a mini charter. So mini charter is something which will talk only about the objective of the project, or maybe the boundaries of the project, which team must be aware of. And the project charter, the main project charter, will be confidential document, and only few people will have access to that. Okay. Once the charter is released, then we move to the next process, which is your identify stakeholder. Let me increase the font size so everyone can read it comfortably. The next process, immediate process that you must do before you do anything in the project, is your identify stakeholder. So identify stakeholder is the process where project team or whoever are the key people who are involved in the initial stage of the project will sit down and find out who are the stakeholders in the project. Okay. Who are the people who can influence the project, who can impact the outcome of the project, who are the people who may or who will get impacted by the outcome of the project. Make a comprehensive list of all the stakeholders. And remember, project charter is a process which you do only once. Develop project charter will be carried out only once in the entire project. Okay, but identify stakeholder is a process which may have to be repeated, which may get repeated during the course of the project, because as you move ahead in the project, some people will get added, some people will move, some people will join. You remember that progressive elaboration? Progressive elaboration, it means as you move ahead, you will get the granular details about the project. And as granular you go, as detailed you go, you may identify, oh, I'm getting into this level, I need some support from that particular team, I need some support from that person, or maybe this is the area where I can actually get some guidance from one of the our customer only. So this is something that you must review on a frequently basis and update and information as and when needed. Okay. After you have identified the stakeholders, then is the time you are good to start with your planning processes. Now, From this point onwards, you will have to understand the difference between the project integration management and all other processes. So project integration management covers is made up of all the high level processes. High level process means when you talk about project scope management, you can see it has all the processes which are related only to the scope of the project. When we talk about the project time management, it covers all the processes which are from the taking care of the time management area, time related to the schedule. When you talk about the cost management, it has all those processes which will be helpful to manage the cost of it. But when we go to our integration, it does not talk about any specific element of the project, but it talks about project as a whole. It talks about the overall project end to end. Okay, so develop project management plan is a high level process which is a part of your project integration management. And remember, project manager will be directly responsible for all the high level processes in project integration management. So develop project management plan is a process where we are going to develop our master project management plan, and one of the key input, I will take you to this process here. Let me just go to that process because it's important for you to see the process. Okay, when you come to your 4.2, it has to go further. Okay, so this is the process map here. Your input, tools and techniques, and output. So develop project management plan takes project charter as an input, output from other processes along with enterprise environmental factor and OPA. Now this output from other processes is very, very crucial and very important here. I will go back to page number 61. So what are the processes it is talking about? Okay, so there is a question. I don't know from where I got this question. Are the 10 knowledge areas to be followed in a linear fashion? Not exactly. Project integration definitely stands out, and scope, time, cost, quality, HR, communication, you will have to use your own discretion. But if I have to answer this question, and the logical way of looking at this is, before I plan any of the element of the project, I must know what is the scope. Okay, and when they are going to be done and what will be the cost. Because when you look at this triple constraint, when you look at the constraint of this project, let me go here and draw something here with my very poor drawing skills. When we talk about this triple constraints of the project, okay, when you talk about this, one side you will have your scope, one side you will have your time, and one side you will have your cost or budget, and in the center you will have quality. This is a balanced triple constraint. Now as a project manager, your responsibility is to ensure that you're always getting a perfect triangle. It means all the competing factors or the constraints of this project are aligned properly. Any change or variation in the scope is going to impact your time. Any variation in your time may impact your scope, and it may impact your cost, it may impact your quality as well. Any variation in the cost will definitely impact your scope or maybe time as well. Okay, and quality also. So what you need to do is, these three knowledge areas specifically, you need to actually use your discretion, and you need to do this in a fashion where when you are defining the scope, when you are creating the WBS, if you feel that the scope part is probably overstretched or maybe too short, then you need to fine tune it. When you fine tune it, your time and your cost will get impacted. At the same time, your quality also can get impacted. You may require different set of people or maybe additional workforce for that. You may have to interact with a different set of people. So So you may have to relook at your communication plan. It may increase or decrease the risk in the project. So you need to balance it out. So I would not say that you have to follow it in a particular fashion, but the logic says, first of all, you need to have clarity on the scope. And as you're developing the scope, parallelly you will work on your schedule, parallelly you work on the cost, because all these elements are interlinked. If I go back to the slide which I had shown you earlier, this one, yeah, this one. You can see all these areas are dependent, are highly dependent to or linked to each other. Okay, so I leave that on you. You decide in what order you need to do. PMI does not have any guideline. PMI does not say that all the processes must be followed in a particular fashion. So develop project management plan is a high level process which uses one of the input as output from other processes. Now, what are those outputs? So that is, those outputs are output from your create WBS process, output from your develop schedule process, output from your determine budget process, okay, output from your plan quality management. So when you go to this process, let me just take you through the process map again. That was probably 72. If you look at this process map here, develop project management plan, you can see it is using output from communication plan, cost, HR, procurement, process improvement, quality management, requirement management. So all these inputs will be consolidated, integrated, and then you will come up with your project management plan, which can also be called as your master project management plan. Okay. Once that plan is ready, then you can move to the next phase. But let's not move to the next process group execution. Let's review all the processes that you need to follow to get all these information. Okay. So let me go back to page 61 here. First, I would suggest that you start from the scope management and the project scope management, and parallelly you can start developing your time management and cost management as well. Now, if you pay attention to these processes, subsidiary, I will call them as a subsidiary processes. Okay. If you look at the first process of project scope management, first process of project time management, first process of plan cost management, and so on, you can see the name is plan scope management, plan cost, plan time, plan schedule, and all. So these are the processes where you will define your approach towards it. Okay, like plan scope management, you will document what all process or what steps you will have to take to identify and finalize the scope. Who will do that? You will also document your roles and responsibility. Okay, so once your approach is defined, then you will collect the requirement following the process, following the step which we already identified in the plan scope management, and based on that you will come up with a preliminary scope statement or a scope statement which will be the output of your defined scope. So scope statement is a document which you need to share with your customer. It will give you a description of the product scope, that what is it that you're going to deliver, and you will also have to document that what is it that you're not going to deliver. For example, the objective is to develop an application. For example, let's say an application. Okay. So application is the deliverable, final deliverable, but you can also document that the training will not be a part of this project. Customer need to pay separately for this training. So the advantage of this is it is going to make things crystal clear whether this will be a part of your deliverable or not. Okay. So this must be agreed by all the key stakeholder, by the stakeholder, and by the project team. Okay, so there is a question from Tembilan. Oh, I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. Please excuse me for that. With change management, change being part of the project management. Okay, Themba, thank you. When change being part of project management, when do you develop a change management plan? change management plan, there is no specific process defined for the change management or to develop your change management plan, but it is considered as a part of your project management plan. So you will have to develop that. You will have to develop that separately. But change management, sometime you can actually use it as it is as well. So suppose your organization has a policy or a guideline for the change management, which you will have to use without making any changes or any specific to that. Okay, so when do you do that? Before you finalize your project management plan, you must do that. Okay, Mike, we will come to that part. I have a separate slide to make you understand that. Okay, I will park that question for a later stage. But when we come to that point, monitoring controlling, I will definitely take you through that. And I have a specific slide for that also. I'll just give you the glimpse of that. Okay. So this is where I define that why we need to have separate processes. Okay. And we'll move on to the next one. That is your scope. So once you have the scope statement, then you will prepare your work breakdown structure where you do the decomposition of your high level deliverable into smaller pieces. Parallelly, when you completed your scope management plan, at the same time, you should complete your plan schedule management as well, where you're going to define your approach, your policy, your procedure, your guidelines, and roles and responsibility for the schedule management, like how the schedule will be defined, what tools you're going to use to define the schedule, what will be the unit of duration, whether it is going to be calculated or estimated in hours or in minutes or in days or in months or in weeks. Then you start elaborating this create WBA, this work breakdown structure. So remember, this process gave you work breakdown structure, and the 6.2 define activity is the next step of that. So whatever work breakdown structure you have created, now you need to define activities for that, and next step will be sequence that activity, estimate how many resources you need for that activity, find out how much time you need for that, and then you develop your schedule here. So develop schedule is something that is going to, we are going to use one very important activity there, that is critical path analysis. So I'm going to cover critical path, towards a later part of the session. When is the scope interrogation done? There's a question from Themba again. Scope interrogation, I'm sorry, I'm not very clear with the scope interrogation. Do you mean to say scope check or scope control? Control scope? So I understand by this word interrogation as when you're going to check whether you're as per plan or there is no scope creep. That we will do during control scope. Okay. So after you have done your critical path analysis and you have done all your if and when, if what scenario, what if scenario analysis, when you have done all the worst case and best case scenario analysis, you will come up with your schedule. So output of your create WBS is going to give you the scope baseline. Output of develop schedule is going to give you your schedule baseline. Similar way, okay, Themba, there's a question point from Themba again. Scope check to be sure what to deliver. Okay, that we are going to do in monitor and control when we come to the control scope. Okay. So develop schedule will give you your scope schedule baseline and plan cost management. So normally all these processes, the plan scope management 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, 8.1, you will actually have to develop them in parallel. You will not wait for your scope to be completed so that you can start on the time. No, your approach, your guidelines, your tools, processes will be defined in the early stage. So 5.1, 6.1, 7.1, 8.1, 9.1, all these first process of the knowledge area will be running concurrently. Okay. So in plan cost management, you would have documented your approach, that what is the currency you're going to use, what is the currency conversion mechanism you need to use, what tools you're going to use for the cost estimation. And based on this approach that you define, based on the roles and responsibility given to these people, that those team members will start estimating the cost. Now, estimating cost has a significant dependency on your defined scope and your WBS, and also in your activity resource requirement and activity duration. Because depending on the time, depending on at what point of time you're using certain resources, the cost may increase, isn't it? Depending on the length of the duration or length of the time for which you need the resources or you need to carry out the work, your cost will be impacted. So you will have to strike a balance here. Always remember this triangle. Keep this in your mind, that whatever you do in your scope may impact your time and cost and quality. Whatever you do in cost may impact your scope and time, and other way around. So you have to strike a balance. Keep doing this work in a sync so that you get the best results. Okay. And once you have estimated cost for each and every activity, then you go to determine the budget. So this is a place where we are going to integrate the cost. We are going to sum up the cost, your whatever work breakdown structure or activities we had for which we estimated the cost, we are going to roll it up. We are going to sum it up so we can see our overall project cost, and then we are going to add up something for the reserve or something for the contingency, which can be utilized during any unplanned event, which is your risk. And you will top that up with your reserve, and then we are going to submit the final budget, and this process, determined budget, is going to give us our cost baseline. Okay. Parallelly, you will have to develop your quality management plan. So quality is something that is, okay, let me ask you a question and type in your answer in the chat window. Who defines the quality? Who defines the quality in a project? Fantastic. I can see a lot of answers coming up, and some of the people have got it right. It is the customer. It is always the customer who defines the quality of the project, who will give you the quality goals. For example, I'll give you a very generic example. You go to a restaurant and you order your favorite dish. Let's say soup. You order soup in a restaurant. Okay. Organization, and you have certain expectation that I want soup to be in a particular fashion. I want this soup to be spicy. I want this soup to be hot, and you must serve some some butter or maybe some soup stick along with it. Okay. So there are some explicit quality objective which are given by the customer. So when you place your order, you tell the waiter that I want the soup to be spicy and I want some breadcrumbs in that. You will never ever tell him that please serve the soup only in the soup bowl, because he can bring you the soup in the beer mug as well. So you gave your requirement, which will be called as a, yes, that is specification, Raghu, that is a specification, exactly. So you will give your explicit requirement or explicit specification. Waiter will take the order inside and the entire team will start working on that. Okay. There are some implicit requirement, implicit quality goals that your restaurant, whichever restaurant you are into, they say that, okay, we follow some stringent policies for the hygiene factor. That each other tomato which is bought for the soup or vegetables must be washed properly and must be checked by the quality team whether that is washed and that is of good quality or not. And while preparing the soup, the chef has to follow certain processes. Chef has to follow certain steps or process to ensure that it comes as per the requirement. Okay. And when do you appoint the CCB? I'll come to that, Thamba. I'll come to that. And one of the requirement, let's say one of the requirement that you gave is, I do not want soup to be thin. I want a thick soup. So this is a specification that you have given. Chef, this information was passed into the inside team and they followed all these processes and the steps and guidelines, and chef prepared the soup. Soup comes to you, and when you take the first sip of the soup, you again scream or shout or tell the manager that this soup is not good. This soap is not good. It means why it is not good? Because you had asked this soup to be spicy and the soup is not spicy. It means one of the requirement that the customer gave was not met. So that requirement will actually become the quality goal for the project team. You asked, you said, or you specified that I want the soup to be thick, but the soup that comes to you is actually thin. It's a watery kind of soup. It again did not fulfill your requirement. So the project team missed another goal. That's a quality. Non-fulfillment of the specification or the requirements is actually the missing a quality goal. So based on the requirement of the customer, you will define certain parameters which will define the quality of the project and quality of the deliverable. Some of the quality goals objective can be implicit and some of them will be explicit. Okay, and during the planning stage only, you will, when you make your change control plan or change management plan, that is the time you will define your change control board. Okay. So is missing the quality a scope creep? No, Themba. Missing the quality cannot be called as a scope creep. Okay. Scope creep is something that you are asked to prepare a tomato soup, okay, within certain specifications, and you actually added something else to it. So scope creep is when the customer orders that, okay, I want a soup. And the waiter says, okay, sir, it will be delivered to you in 10 minutes time or 15 minutes time. And at the 12th minute, you call the waiter again and then you tell him, hey, I forgot to mention, please ensure there are breadcrumbs into that and it is coming in time. So that's a creep which is happening from the customer side. And that is also a change. Okay? To ensure that this change is looked upon and considered and reviewed and incorporated into the project, the waiter must tell the customer, sir, we are already preparing the soup and the soup is almost ready. If you want any addition to that, you will have to extend the timeline by 5 minutes. We need some extra time to do that. Okay. So what we'll do is in the plan quality management, we are going to define the quality objective. We will define what are the specifications that we need to fulfill, what are the parameters we need to fulfill, and what are the standards we need to adhere to, and who will do that, roles and responsibility. Parallelly, you need to work on your human resource management plan, that how many resources you need, with what skill set you need, okay, at what point of time you need. Depending on the role, depending on their cost, you will decide how many people you need. That you will decide here in activity resource requirement. Okay. And here you're going to prepare your organization structure. What will be the hierarchy, project team hierarchy? Who will report to whom? What are the different roles you're going to have in the project? What are the KRA for that? What is the responsibility? Okay. Once you have that, you will have your human HR management plan. Parallelly, you need to work on your communications management plan. That all the stakeholders that we identified in 13.1, what are their expectations? How we are going to meet that expectations, that we will definitely discuss it in 12.1, but your 10.1 and 12.1 will go hand in hand. We cannot look at these two processes in isolation. Okay, so all the stakeholder will have some expectations. We will identify what their role is, what their expectations are, and based on that, we will define how we are going to fulfill their expectation. And the only way we can fulfill their expectation is by providing them the right information at the right time in a right format to ensure that they are always engaged and their requirements are being fulfilled. So we will plan how we are going to do the communication, who will do that, what will be the frequency, what will be the scope of that. That means what all dashboards, what all pointers you're going to include in your reports. Okay. What tool you're going to use, what medium you're going to use. Is it going to be through email? Is it going to be through fax? Or is it going to be uploaded on the SharePoint site and people will have access to that? And frequency, is it going to be on daily basis, weekly basis, monthly basis? Okay, so you will prepare everything, document in your communication management plan. And there is a question again from Themba. So what happened if the client asks you to finish the project earlier than the plan? And okay, so Themba, this again question we are going to take up in our monitoring and control when we do the execution and monitor control. Okay, is that fine? I'll park this question right now for the time we reach to monitoring and controlling. Okay. Along with this communication, parallelly, we also need to work on our risk management. So risk is quite complex and quite crucial. So you need to pay a lot of attention while defining your risk management policies. This will include what are the guidelines, or what will define that you have a risk in the project. So you can document here that okay, 5% or more than 5% cost variation will be considered as a risk. It can be 5%, it can be 2%, it can be 1%. Sometimes some of the delay is always expected when you have any external dependence in the project. So the guideline can be like, okay, 1 to 2 days of variation or delay, up to 2 days of delay will not be considered as a risk, but beyond 2 days, 2 days to 3 days will be a low risk, 3 to 5 days will be a mid risk, and more than 5 days will be a high risk category. And then what can be the different source of it? In case of any risk, who is going to act upon that? Who is going to take any action? What is the frequency? Because risk is something which is quite volatile, and sometimes it can be intangible also. And the risk, the event, the impact of the event may change. What is a risk today may not remain a risk tomorrow. What is not a risk today may become a risk tomorrow. Okay, so for that it is important that you keep on reviewing it, revisiting the risk from time to time. So here you will also define the frequency at which you're going to do the risk, and then you will identify the risk. You'll find out what are the different risks there, and then you do the quality and quantitative analysis, where you do your probability and impact analysis, and you'll also find out what is a monetary value associated with that. You will document all this information in a document called risk register, and based on all this analysis and the value you're getting, you will define your risk response plan. So risk response plan is something that it's basically a strategy that you're going to adopt. So there are 4 different options available to you to respond to a risk. You can avoid it, to respond to a negative risk. Okay, because risk can be negative or positive. If it is a negative risk, it is considered as a threat. If it is a positive risk, it is considered as an opportunity. So you will decide whether you want to avoid, you want to accept, you want to transfer, or you want to mitigate in case of a threat. In case of a positive risk or an opportunity, you will have to document a strategy for each of the risks, whether you're going to accept it, transfer it, enhance it, or share it. Okay. We cannot go to the further detail than this. In case if you need any additional information on this, you can touch base with me on the offline, and I'll be glad to answer your queries there. Okay. We have 2 more processes, knowledge areas here, that is plan procurement. In case if you need to buy something from outside, if you need to procure something from a vendor, a third party, then you need to define the guidelines here. Who will do that? What type of contract we are going to follow? So type of contract here is a very important topic in plan procurement management, and you may get at least 2 questions from this area only. So what type of contract? Is it a cost basis? Is it on the time and cost, and it is basically on time and material? Is it a cost reimbursement, or what type of contract it is? Who will do that? What is the justification for that? What is the rationale behind going to a third-party vendor? Okay. You will document everything in your procurement management plan, and parallelly, or actually, before you do anything, you need to prepare your stakeholder management plan. So stakeholder management plan is okay, Raghu is asking if I can give an example of a positive risk. Yes, I will definitely give you that since you asked for it. Let me finish this stakeholder management plan, and then I'll come to that. Whatever or whoever was identified during this process, identify stakeholder, we need to find out how we are going to manage the expectations of that stakeholder. Okay, so we will do our analysis here in power versus interest grid analysis, and based on that we can define here that okay, all these people who are very high in power, who are very high in interest. Okay, so these are the people who need to be managed proactively. So the strategy for that will be that project manager must engage with that person who is very high in power on a weekly basis and must provide a proactive information to that stakeholder. Okay, so when we define the strategy that, okay, let me give you an example. Client manager. So client manager is one of the important stakeholder in your project. Client manager is high in power. He has very high power and authority in the project, and his interest is also very high in this project. So the strategy to manage his expectation is that project manager is going to manage the client manager and provide proactive information. To execute this strategy, we will take help of our communication management plan. Where in communication management plan, we will say that, okay, project manager will be meeting face to face with the client manager on a weekly basis. And these are the reports that he's going to share with the client manager. And you can document, you can list down the different kind of dashboard or the report that you're going to share them. And what will be the scope of the dashboard. So that is how your stakeholder management plan and communication management plan work hand in hand. Okay. And Themba is asking, is the JPPS? Can you please elaborate what is JPPS? Themba, I am not very clear with JPPS. So till the time you type in, let me answer Raghu's question. He's asking, what is the example of a positive risk? For example, attrition is a key problem, key challenge almost everyone faces at some point or any point of time. Let's say Nishant is working in your team, and Nishant is a very niche resource and very critical resource. And from your gut feeling, from your experience, based on your interaction with the Nishant, you somehow feel that Nishant may resign. Okay? Now, this is an event. If that happened, it can deviate the project. So you identify that as a threat. Okay? You start working on the project. Unfortunately, Nishant resigns and you get a backfill. Now the backfill means you get a replacement resource. Now the new resource which has come, when he joins the team and come on board, he start working, you realize that this resource is much better than Nishant, smarter than Nishant, faster than Nishant. And he can finish the work faster than Nishant used to take. So earlier, what was being perceived as a threat or a negative risk has now become a positive risk or an opportunity. Okay, so you will immediately execute or draft some strategy that how you're going to leverage on this. Another example of a positive risk could be price going down. Let's say you are working on a project which uses cement as one of the raw material construction. So due to all the economic situation, you assume when you do the analysis, you realize that the cost of the cement at which you have done all the estimation, that cost may go down. If that cost go down, you need to invest lesser amount of money. So that is a positive risk or an opportunity. Okay. Remember, all the positive risks are opportunities and all the negative risks are threat. Okay, so Themba has come up with this joint project preparatory session. See, joint project preparatory session is something that is highly subjective. Okay, and you will normally in the project preparatory session, you will have to define as a project manager in a real life scenario that what exactly is the scope of this session. In PMP, there is nothing called as joint project preparatory session. It is completely subjective. Okay. How you're going to manage the expectation? PMI is giving you the guidance that you prepare your stakeholder register, note down the expectation of each of the stakeholder, prepare a communication plan. Now, these are the guidelines. Now you have formed a team for that joint project preparatory session. So that is absolutely fine. There is nothing wrong in that. Okay? But PMI is not asking you to prepare that team or having that session. That is up to you. So before we move to the executing process group processes there and remaining process groups, I want to take you back to this presentation. So this is an area. This is a slide which I want you to understand. This must get imprinted in your mind. So this is Deming cycle. I'm sure all of you must have seen this at some point of time somewhere. Plan, do, check, act. And change when you check and you act, change accordingly in case if it is not as per plan. So what it is asking you to do is plan whatever you have to do. Once you have planned, then you do whatever has been planned. When you do this work, you will have the work results or the deliverables. You check whether those deliverables or the work result is as per plan or not. And once you have the findings, you act on that. If it is exactly as per plan, fulfilling the requirement and expectation, you go ahead and close that deliverable. If not, you find out, you dig deeper into that, you do root cause analysis, you find out the reason for the deviation and take appropriate action. You change, you bring in some change if needed. When you change, you update your plan and you redo the work. And we follow exactly the same process, same cycle here in our PMBOK as well. So we did our planning process, we did all the planning. Now we are getting into execution. As we execute, we will have the work results, which we are going to check in our monitor and control project work. We will do the check, and if everything is fine, it will move to the closed project. It will be closed, the deliverable will be closed. If not, we will find out why there is a deviation, why it is not as per plan, and we will make the change as appropriate. Okay, so direct and manage project work is a process where we carry out all the work that we had, all the activities that we had planned here. Okay. So what we did here is we planned each and every element, and we got this output of these processes. These output were taken into developed project management plan, where we prepared our consolidated project management plan. And once the plan was ready, we started working on it. As we work on it, we will have the work results or deliverables. And those work results or deliverables we will take to monitor and control project work. Okay. So executing the processes that we are going to review now, we will do actually both executing and monitoring and controlling in parallel. Okay. When we do our work, so while the work is being done, we need to take care of certain things. Okay. So let us look at the processes which are in the executing group. Perform quality assurance. So this is a very important and very interesting point to understand. In quality management, we have okay, so Themba has a question. Who signs off the plan and when is this done? Plan must be signed off by all the key stakeholders. Okay, so when we talk about the scope baseline, which is an output of your Create WBS, it must be signed by and agreed by your customer, your project manager and sponsor and all the key stakeholders. That everyone agreed that, this is what we are going to deliver. Your same way, your schedule baseline and your cost baseline. Quality management plan, you may or you may not to discuss with your customer. HR management plan, you need not to discuss with your customer. Communication management plan, of course, your customer may not need to approve it, other than some of the reporting requirement where customer may be very specific that, okay, I want to see a dashboard every week. I want to see a dashboard every fortnightly. Risk management is something that you will decide whether you want to share with your customer or not. But this master project management plan must be signed off by all. And when this should be done? Of course, at the end of the planning. When you have completed your planning, then you're going to do that. There is no timeline defined for it that, okay, the total project, 50% of that must go towards the project management plan. and that is the time when you have to do that? No, that is subjective. You will define. When the entire planning is done, you will get the sign off from all the relevant stakeholders. Okay. And then you move on to direct and manage project work. And there are certain things that you need to take care of while you are doing the work. And one of the most important of those activities is perform quality assurance. So let us understand the quality part. So there are three processes in quality: plan quality, perform quality, and perform quality assurance and control quality. Plan quality is where you will define what is the quality goal, what are the requirements, explicit requirement of the customer, what are the implicit requirement of the organization. Based on that, you will identify certain parameters on which you're going to check the quality of the project and the deliverables. And you will also identify the steps or the process which you need to follow to get the deliverable, and you will also check how capable or how stable your processes are. Okay, so what happens is, I will get back to this slide. Your customer, let's say this, I'll get back to the same example. You went to a restaurant and you ordered for a soup, and you gave the explicit requirement that I want the soup to be spicy and I want the soup to be thick. Based on that, the restaurant manager or the chef made a plan what they're going to do, and he started following it. So he said, I'm going to boil these tomatoes and vegetables for 20 minutes. Okay, so before the plan was made finalized, first of all, the chef will have to decide whether the process that we have currently is capable of giving the deliverable within these guidelines or parameters or not. From his experience, the chef will say, if we boil tomato and vegetables for 20 minutes, we may get a very thin and watery soup. So we need a process improvement. So during the planning stage only, he will identify that what improvement he need to make in the plan. And that will be linked back to your duration. That again will go to your duration. So he reduces the boiling time from 20 minutes to 15 minutes as a part of the process improvement plan, and which is going to impact or reduce your overall activity duration as well. Okay. You made the plan changes, and the plan said that you have to boil it for 15 minutes. Now the execution starts. Chef starts preparing it. So while the soup is being prepared, okay, one of another element that he identified is that soup must be boiled at 100 for 15 minutes at 120 degrees centigrade. Okay, so while the soup is being boiled, chef is checking from time to time whether it is being boiled at the correct time or not, at the correct temperature or not. Okay, whether it is being boiled correctly or not. Okay, whether it is filled with the adequate amount of water or not. So that is something where he is checking whether the process is being followed or not. So that activity is called as audit. And the key activity that you do in perform quality assurance is the audit. And remember, audit is always and always done on the process. Okay. Once that process is followed and you did your execution, you will have work results or deliverables. Okay. When you do this work, you will have the results or deliverable, and that result you will take to your check, where you do the monitoring control. So check is something which is again, first the team who is working on that, or let's say the chef who is preparing it, before it goes to anyone else, chef will taste the soup and he'll say, perfect, yummy, delicious. It is exactly as per the requirements given to me. Okay. So he says the thickness is, the spiciness is fine. Everything is fine. But I feel that it is slightly watery. It is not thin. It is not thick. So he identified, he checked that, he compared the results with what was the plan. And then he realized that it is not as per plan, not meeting the expectation. Then he will get back to his So after the work result is done, deliverable, he will do this checking in the control quality. Control quality, he will do the inspection. And inspection is always and always done on finished or completed deliverable. Remember, audit, which is done in perform quality assurance, is always done on process, and control quality, where you do inspection, is always done on finished or completed deliverable. So when this chef did the control quality, or when he did the inspection, he realized that it is not as per the requirement. And then he need to do a process analysis, which will be again be a part of your perform quality assurance. So process analysis, he will check whether the process is giving, is there any deviation in the process or not? Is the process stable or not? And based on the finding of the process analysis, the chef may come and say, okay, we need to make some changes to the process. And that change, once the plan is finalized, once all the baselines were chosen, then no one in the project team or any of the stakeholder has any authority to make any changes to the project elements without following the process of change. So chef will immediately do the process analysis, come up with a finding, and he says, okay, we need to reduce the time that we are using to boil the tomato and vegetables. And he gave a recommendation to boil it for 10 minutes at 100 degrees Celsius. So that will go in a form of a change request, and that change request will come to the perform integrated change control process, where it will be reviewed by the change control board. So change control board is formed during your planning stage. As you must have seen that one of the input to the developed project management plan was change management plan. So change control board is made up of key stakeholders. They will review the results. They will look at the nature of the change, how crucial and how important it is, and based on that they will decide whether the change should be approved or not. In this situation, change request will go to the change control board, and in perform integrated change control process, CCB will look into the findings and they will say, okay, approved. So it will be updated into the plan, and that's why you see a dotted line here from change it is going to plan. It is updated, and the chef will recook the food. He will again prepare the soup. And this change will also be documented so that when you plan the next project, you consider these findings and you make your plan accordingly, so you don't have to go through the cycle of change again. Next time he's doing that, he will check the soup, he will recook the soup, he will taste it, and now when he's checking, he says it is exactly as per the requirement, there is no deviation, it is absolutely fulfilling the requirement. And then it will be considered as the accepted deliverable, and it will go to the close. Okay. So talking about this quality, okay, I'll come to validated scope again later on. So this is about your perform quality assurance. At the same time, you need to do, your processes coming from the HR management, acquire project team, develop project team, and manage project team. This is something that you will keep on doing in parallel. Once you identified in the planning stage that what kind of roles you need for the project, what kind of responsibilities, what should be the key area of those resources and stakeholders that you have, then as and when needed, you will acquire the team, you will get the people on board, and you will do this develop project team process. Develop project team is like, setting the expectation, doing the ice breaking, and all this training, need assessment, and imparting the training and all. And you'll also have to manage the team. Manage the team is where you look at your work results, your deliverable, you look at how each and everyone is performing, how they are doing their work, whether it is as per plan or not, are they playing their role or not. So you'll have a discussion with the team member, you'll look at their need, their motivation, you will have to use your leadership qualities, your competencies of ideal project manager, communicate with the people, understand how they feel about the project. And when you are doing this work, you will have to manage communication. Let's say in communication management plan, you agree that you are going to publish a report every week, or let's say on a daily basis. So as and when you make progress, you're doing work, every day you have to do the communication also, so you can ensure that all the expectations of the stakeholders are being managed. Okay. At the same time, if there was any procurement requirement, you may have to carry out the procurement at the agreed time. You will be carrying out this procurement at the time that you defined here in your schedule. Okay. You will also do your managed stakeholder engagement. So when you are providing the communication, you will also ensure that this communication is helping you to fulfill the expectations of all the stakeholders. Okay. You will ensure that all the stakeholders are engaged. You must have seen and noticed that, I am from time to time, I'm asking questions to you. I'm asking you to, give some answers. I'm asking for your feedback. So I am ensuring, by this I'm ensuring that all of you are engaged. Exactly the same thing you also need to do in your project. Okay. So when you do all this, they are all going to give you the work results. And those work results will be checked here in your monitor and control project work. Okay. Now let me take you through this slide, which is quite interesting slide here. Okay. How these processes, all the processes, I'm sorry, I'm going to, minimize the question window. So in case if you have any questions, okay, I can see one question from Themba. Are those stage gates? When you make your plan, you will decide that, what are stage gates you're going to have, or what are toll points you're going to have. Okay. Or at what stage you're going to review that. You can consider that as a stage gate as well. You can consider that as a checkpoint or toll gate as well, but it is all a part of your methodology. Are you doing it on a frequently basis? Are you doing it at end of each completion of each deliverable? That is, you have to decide. And you can call it as a stage gate, you can call it as a checkpoint, you can call it as a toll gate as well. Okay. So I'm going to minimize this question window. Let me take you through this slide for another 3 to 4 minutes, and then I'll see if you have any questions there. Okay. So this is a logical sequence at a very, very high level. We developed our project charter. Outcome of this process was project charter. And once the charter was ready, we prepared our project plan, in developed project management plan process, and the outcome of this was project plan. Then based on this plan, we started doing the work. When we do the work, we will have two important information coming from that, or output, sorry, not information, two important outputs coming from that process. That is your deliverable and work performance data. Okay. That work performance data and deliverable will be taken to the control processes of these respective subsidiary knowledge areas. Okay. How? Let me take you there. So you can see in monitoring and controlling process groups, there are processes 5.5, 5.6, validate scope, control schedule, control cost, control quality. Okay. I hope you remember I told you project integration management has the processes which are not related to any specific element of the project, but they cover the entire or the overall aspect of the project. But when we talk about project scope management, it has processes which will give you information associated with the scope of the project. Time management will have the schedule related processes. Cost management will have the cost related process. So that information we need to take to this respective area. For example, let me go to the edit mode. For example, when you did this work, you got this deliverable. That means some work completed, and you also got work performance data. So when you read these processes, you will get to know about all these acronyms and abbreviations. So WPD is called as work performance data. Let me increase the size here so you can see this clearly. Now work performance data is a raw data, and that raw data is so you completed a deliverable, and this deliverable took, let's say, 7 days. It took 7 days time, and you spent close to $200 on that. Okay. So this is the raw data without any additional information. Now from this 7 days and 200, these two information, we will find out 7 days, it is related to duration. We will take this information to our control schedule process. In control schedule process, we will do a comparison, or we will do a variance analysis. We will find out that this deliverable that we have completed, how much time it was supposed to take. Then we are going to look at our plan. Plan says this work should have taken 5 days time. So when we do the compare variance analysis, we know there is a negative variance of 2 days, and that negative variance of 2 days will now be called as work performance information. And the work performance information will say there is a negative variance of 2 days. Okay, so work performance data is your raw data, and work performance information is your analyzed data associated with that deliverable. Similar way, when we take this information $200 to our control cost process, okay, let me write it next to the control schedule so it doesn't confuse you. When we talk about this process here, cost here $200, and we look at our variance analysis and control cost, we realize that we were supposed to spend only $175 on this work, but we ended up spending $200. So there is a negative variance which will be called as work performance information. Okay, so now we have the variance, this information for the schedule. Now we have this variance information from the cost. And if I have some variance in my schedule for one particular activity, it is definitely going to impact my entire project, isn't it? So what I'll do is I will take this work performance information to this process which is monitor and control project work. And here I am going to check how this deviation is going to impact my overall project. Okay, so here in this one, -2 days, I am talking about only one particular deliverable of that. What is the deviation in that deliverable? When it comes to this part in monitoring control project work, I will look at the overall impact of this deviation, and then I am going to publish my work performance report. And that report will say, because of this deviation, the milestone which you are supposed to achieve on 10th of May is now estimated to be completed on 15th of May or 12th of May. Okay, so that is your work performance report. So the important information that we learned in this one is the difference between work performance data, work performance information, and work performance reports. Is that clear to everyone? Just write it here in the chat window so I can find out. Okay, thanks, Randy. Fantastic. Okay, so there is a question from Randy. Randy, I think you probably missed the earlier session. I had taken this team to the beginning of this one, why it is starting from the 4. So we have chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3 like this. So in first 3 chapters, we have introduction to the project management, project management, framework, organization, and also the process framework. So the knowledge areas start from the chapter number 4, and that's why we have the starting from 4. In case if you have some more doubt, I will, after the session gets over, you please stay on for a few more minutes and I'll take you through that. Okay, so the question from Mickey is, can you say what WP reports again? Okay, fine. I'll take you through that. We did some work, and as a result of that work, we got deliverable and the work performance data, which is nothing but the raw data. Okay, we took this raw data to that corresponding control process, like this duration information we took to control schedule, and cost information we took to control cost. And there we did the variance analysis for that specific element of the project. And that gave us work performance information. So a particular task or deliverable was delayed by 2 days. So what impact this delay of 2 days is going to have on the overall project? So let me draw something quickly here. If your activities, your tasks are scheduled like this. Sorry. if your tasks are scheduled like this, right now you're working at this task and this got delayed, there is a negative variance of 2 days here. Okay, so your work performance information will talk about only this part of the work. But when you take this to your monitor and control project work, here you are going to check the overall impact of this deviation, that how the future activities are going to get impacted, and if there is a milestone at end of it, what will be the impact of that. So you prepare a work performance report, you prepare a WPR here, and you are going to say, because of this deviation here, so this is how the plan is. I'm sorry for my poor drawing here. This is how we have progressed so far, and based on this progress, this is our forecast. Okay, so this information is going to come up in your work performance report. Overall progress information will be a part of your work performance report. Okay, similar way, your cost, variance at cost, that again will be taken to the monitor control project work, and here it will tell you that okay, the overall spend so far was supposed to be $1,000, but we ended up spending $1,100 or $1,025, and if we continue to be at this pace, by the time the project gets over, we would have overspent by, let's say, $200 or $500. That is your work performance reports. So always remember, work performance data is a raw data. Work performance information is a analyzed data for that specific deliverable or the activity. And work performance report is your complete project information, which is published electronically about the overall project. Okay, is it clear now? Okay, is WPI report an input for the closed project processes? No, it is not an input, but this report will be archived. You will update your OPF with this. And when you go to when all the deliverables, okay, let me take you to this slide. When all the deliverables of this project are completed, okay, when you have done this entire process, I mean, you have done this multiple times, everything is done, and then you will take it to this last process, which is close project or phase, and that is a time when you have to do some postmortem or the review of how the project was done, and that is a time when you are going to pull out all the WPR report. Let's say in a charter or maybe before charter, customer put a condition that if you miss any of the milestone, we are going to put 5% of the total invoicing amount or billing amount as a penalty. So during the close project phase, you will check how many milestones you missed, how many milestones you overachieved, or how the project work was done. And based on your agreement, you will take a call. So Themba has a question, will that not have been a mistake during estimation, lack of Themba, there are multiple factors which may be out of our control, and that is why we need to do this monitoring and controlling more religiously and more rigorously. Okay, you did the estimation based on certain factor. Let's say, let me put it this way: you have a new resource in the team who comes with 10 years of experience, so you assume that that resource will be able to complete the work in time. But when that resource start working, you realize that he is not as capable and as efficient that he had as he had mentioned in his CV. Because of that, the work is now getting delayed, deviated. So of course it was a mistake, but again, there was no way in the world you could have identified that in the initial stage, and that is called as experience. Okay? So you as a project manager will have to identify, you will have to find out that, what corrective or what preventive actions you're going to take for that. Okay, so that you do not repeat this in future, and that is the purpose of having these checkpoints on a frequently basis. So you can take the question, you can take the corrective or preventive actions in time. Okay, so Dennis has a question, how to calculate the cost, what should be considered? Yes, for cost estimation, we need to go through the details of this estimate cost process. So these processes, estimate cost. Estimate cost is heavily dependent on your estimation of resources and estimate of activity duration, and also the work that they're going to do in defined activities. We do not have luxury of time to get into the details of this, but I will be glad to answer your questions after the session gets over, or maybe sometime later. Okay. So coming back to my slide here, PDCA. Okay, just one point to add, Dennis. I have very interesting topic here, that is earned value management. So during the earned value, we may not be able to check the estimate, but we will definitely do the variance analysis. Okay, so we will keep on doing this and we'll repeating this cycle until all the deliverable, all the work is completed, and then only we'll go to the closed project or phase process. Okay. So I will not get into the detail of each and every process. We need to check for control cost, scope, schedule, cost, quality. But one important point that I want to emphasize on, the difference between this control quality, control scope, and validate scope processes. This is something where I have seen most of the people make mistakes while answering the question. So let us understand this slide here. Okay. So I will start from this direct and managed project work. When you're doing the work, you will have the deliverable and work performance data. And I hope everyone understand what this deliverable or work performance data are. Deliverable is your work result and the work performance data is the raw data. Okay. So let's say the soup. You prepared the soup and now the soup is ready. Once the soup is ready, you will take it to the control quality. Control quality, I told you, is a process which is done only when you have any finished deliverable or the work result. You cannot do this process halfway through. Okay. Suppose you agreed with your customer or with the stakeholder that you will do a report or you will do the project review on a frequently basis, at a particular frequency. Let's say daily basis or weekly basis. Now at that point of time, irrespective of whether the deliverable is complete or not, you will check whether the work is being done as per plan or not, whether it is as per the scope requirements or not. Okay, so that is something you do in the control scope. So if in a week's time you are supposed to complete 60% of the work, so you will check whether you have completed 60% of the work or not. Okay. If yes, fine. If no, then you need to find out why there is a deviation. And you do the root cause analysis, find out the reason for the deviation, find out the reason why you are not able to complete the time. And if needed, you raise a change request. For example, let's say resource was not working. The resource that you have is very slow, or maybe for some reason he is not available. Because of that, the entire work is delayed. So you're supposed to complete 60% of the scope of the deliverable, but you have completed only 40% of that. So you will raise a request that I want to change this resource. Even project manager does not have an authority to make any changes after the plan is finalized and the baseline was saved. So suppose the deliverable is completed, and once it is completed, then it will go to the control quality. So I will get back to my favorite example of soup. Okay. Chef prepared the soup, and now the time to do the testing. So chef will do the taste, will taste it, and chef says it is perfectly fine, yummy, it is exactly as per the requirement given to me. So the input to the control quality process is called as deliverable, which is coming from direct and managed project work. And once the deliverable is checked by the internal team, okay, it will be called as verified or validated deliverable. So once the soup was prepared, chef tasted that soup, and once he gives okay and go ahead, it will be called as verified or validated deliverable. And then only it will be presented to the customer or any senior stakeholder who has the authority to say, yes, this deliverable meets the requirement, fulfills our expectation and requirement. And that you will do in validate scope. Okay. So important point to remember here is control quality is a process which is performed by the internal team. If you're in IT, you'll probably do the testing. If you're in construction, before you go to hand over the building or your work to your customer, it will be checked by the internal team. They'll take the measurement whether it is done or complete as per requirement or not. Once it passes through the internal check or QC, then only it will be presented to the final to the end customer. Or now this from as per PMI, this your key stakeholder can be your customer. It can be sometimes it can be the project manager, sometimes it can be the sponsor also. Whoever has authority to say that yes, this work is completed will be a part of this validated scope. So chef prepared the soup, he tasted it, he verified and validated that, and now it will go to, let's say, the restaurant manager. So before the soup goes to the customer, or the manager will check, or maybe it will straight away go to the customer. So it will come to you and you will taste that and you'll say, yummy, delicious, it is exactly as per requirement. And then it will be called as accepted deliverable. Okay, and this will be a part. So when you are closing the project, when all the deliverables are completed, then you're going to review the list of all the accepted deliverables. So think it this way, you order your soup, you order, let's say 4 or 5 dishes in the main course, then you order some desserts. So it is not that every time they are serving you a dish, they are going to give you a bill along with that. Yeah. So they are going to give you all the deliverables, all the dishes that you had asked for. Once you complete everything and once you are done with that, you wash your hands, you ask for a check, then only you're going to receive the check where you will see, okay, soup was fine, main course was fine, dessert was fine, or in case if there was any problem, you'll say the soup was not as per requirement. I had asked you for a spicy soup, but you gave me a mild spicy or low spicy soup. So I will not agree to it. If the soup was not presented in a right fashion, you will say, I'm okay, I had to pay for that, but I'm not happy with the services. If the dish, if the bowl in which it was served, that bowl was not clean, that was a deviation from the internal or implicit quality requirement. You will say, you gave me soup in a dirty bowl, I am not going to pay for that. Okay, so all these things you are going to review during your close project. So just going one step backward, if the chef, when he was testing the soup, if he had found that the soup is not as per the taste or the requirement given to him, it will again require a change, wherever is needed. It may be in the quality of the ingredients, it may be in the time, it may be in terms of process or anything. And that request will go to your integrated change control process. No one in the project has authority to make any changes without getting approval from the change control board. Once it is approved by the change control board, then it will go to your, it will be updated into the PM plan, and you will have to redo the work in direct and managed project work and repeat the entire cycle. If chef tasted that and passed it, it goes to the customer and customer says, no, this is spicy, it's fine, but it is still thin, it is watery, I cannot accept it. Can you change this? Can you give me another bowl of soup? So customer has rejected the deliverable here. So it is no longer accepted deliverable. From here, again, the team will find out why it failed. It will go to integrated change control and you will follow the process and you'll repeat the process, and you will keep on doing this until you have the accepted deliverable coming from the validated scope. And then only it will be a part of your list of all the accepted deliverables, which you are going to review when you are closing the project, that whether all the deliverables that you're supposed to deliver were accepted by the customer or not. Okay, so I'll reiterate on few points. First is control quality is done only when the deliverable is completed or finished. Okay, control scope is not dependent on the completeness of the product or the deliverable, but it is related to the frequency, or it is related to this work that, you know, at any particular point of time, how much work was supposed to get over and how much you have done. Okay, so at any given point of time, let's say you are supposed to complete 50% of work and you have done 40% of work, completed only 40% of work. So that comparison you'll do in control scope. Okay? And control quality is always done by the internal team, but validate scope is something where you're going to present your deliverable to the any stakeholder who has authority to accept or say this deliverable is completed. Okay. And remember these three terms: deliverable, verified or validated deliverable, and accepted deliverable. Deliverable is a raw deliverable coming out from your direct and managed project work. Verified or validated deliverable is coming out from your control quality, which is done by the internal team. And once the customer accepted, it will be called as accepted deliverable. Okay, so that was a very important point I wanted you to understand. And let me now look at the questions. Okay, Rajneesh, it's 2 a.m. here. Yes, definitely you're going to get the recording link. And okay, he has already gone. And Themba has a question: when can a project be cancelled or parked? Themba, that actually can be done at any point of time. At any point of time, if your leadership team, if your project management, or your senior management team, or the customer, if they feel that the project is no longer making sense, or it is not aligned to the organizational objective, they have a right to cancel it. Okay, so there is no point that you cannot cancel it for a project before this. It can get cancelled at any point of time. Sanjeev has a question. In the previous diagram, could you monitor and control block? Okay, so monitor and control project work is a process. And as I told you, your control scope, control schedule, control cost, control quality, these are the processes which will check or which will do the variance analysis only for that specific element of the project. But monitor and control work is a process which will compare the results or which will do the variance analysis for the overall project. And it will also give you the forecasting for the overall project. Okay. Thanks a lot, Themba, for this your remark and appreciation. Thank you. So Sanjeev, I hope I was able to explain this. Are you clear with this, or you want any further explanation? Okay, I'll consider no news as a good news. Okay, yes, Sanjeev. With respect to the previous diagram, let me go to the slide here. Okay, and let me reduce the size. Do you mean this slide which I'm showing right now? Okay. Monitor and control project work. So every time, whatever you're doing, irrespective of whether there is a deviation or not, you will have to go to monitor and control project work. Let's say you completed a deliverable. It passed the control quality process. It was accepted by the customer also. It does not mean that you need not to do this process. You will still have to do this process, because one of the important output of this monitoring control project work is work performance reports. Work performance report is a electronically published data or a graph or S-curve or the overall project progress data, which will tell you, okay, by this time we were supposed to complete 10 deliverables and we have completed all 10. And based on the progress so far, this is a projection that we have for the future. That we are assuming that entire work will be done in time and within cost. Or if there are any deviation, we can do the forecasting that looking at the current scenario, this is the amount of deviation we expect towards the end of the project. So Themba is asking, is monitoring and controlling performed throughout the project? Yes, Themba, it is performed throughout the project. Okay. This is something you need to keep on doing repeatedly until all the work or all the deliverable is completed. What is the frequency that you will define? You as a project manager and the project team will define what should be the frequency of that. Okay. So we have all these processes here where we will do our controlling here. I will take back to this slide again. We will check for each and every element here. Okay, there is a question here. Let me just go through it. Okay, is there any recommended percentage of slippage over on time recommended for the project, or is this something? Yes, actually, Rory, very interesting question you asked. So what Rory is asking is the slippage. Who will define what is the permissible limit of variance? Very good question. That is something that you will agree. As a project team, you will agree when your plan scope management, plan schedule management, plan cost management. For example, when you do your cost estimation, cost is dependent on so many factors. So, and many of them may be out of your control. For example, you do not control the inflation, or you do not control the price of crude oil in the international market. If that is going high, your project cost will increase, or if that is going low, it may impact your project positively. Sometime when the forex ratio goes low, it may impact your project negatively. So you will agree here that these estimates are close to the in an approximation, and plus minus 2% or 3% variance is accepted, and you will keep that as a part of your reserve. Remember when I told you about when we were talking about the budget? So you will come up with the aggregated cost of each and every activity, and then you are going to add something for the reserve towards the contingency, or in case if there any inflation, cost inflation or something. Similar way, when we are talking about the schedule, as a project manager, you must always keep some buffer. And remember, do not inform your customer about the buffer that you have. In fact, I personally suggest that you must not inform about this buffer to your senior management also. Okay, because this is something, this must be something private to you. Do not inform your team members also about it, because if you tell your team member, we are all human, and our psychology works like this, that okay, we have completed this work, but if I give it to you in time, again we have buffer of 1 day, so that's fine. Even if it is getting delayed, let it get delayed, we still have one extra day in our hand. No, that should not be the trend. So there is no percentage defined. You as a project team will define as that. So Thamba is asking, is 10%? I really cannot say anything on that. Depending on the organization. For example, you work in an organization which is working in a very, very niche area, or let's say very risk prone area. Let's say you are in pharma industry. You are working on development of a new medicine. So in that kind of area, even a minor slippage in scope can be fatal. So you will say, we work on the 6th level of sigma, and the deviations cannot be accepted if they are beyond 99.99999. If the deviation is more than 2 parts per million or 1 part per million. If you are working with NASA, then of course this is going to be similar way. In terms of cost, you can take the hit, but not in terms of time, not in terms of scope. If a satellite has to be launched on a particular day, it has to go in that day. If you have sent a manned mission to in space to the International Space Station, and they have to come back at a certain point of time, they have to come back at a certain point of time. But if you are working on a website development and for some reason something got delayed, you'll say, okay, it is our internal website, we can afford 1 or 2 days delay. So it's all subjective. Okay, so these are the questions. How do we combine with the performance bonus? This is something that is offline, and it will be a part of your HR management policy, HR management plan. Okay, so I will quickly get back to your our slide here, and okay, so I hope this process is clear to everyone, and this is the logical sequence. And for the PMP examination, you must remember this, and you must understand the logical flow. More than remembering this, you must understand that what exactly happens, how the flow of information goes, and you must understand and learn the difference between your deliverable, verified or validated deliverable, and accepted deliverable. There may be a question in PMP like this, that okay, you are scheduling a meeting with one of the stakeholder, one of the customer. So which process you are doing? Are you doing your control quality, or you're doing your validate scope? If you have scheduled a session with your customer to review the deliverable, you're definitely doing validate scope. Okay. And I'm sorry I missed, there were some few people raised their hand. I'm not able to figure out, but I hope your questions are answered. So with this, if you have any question, please type in now. So with this, I quickly move on to the next topic. Okay, not next topic, but the next process group, which is our closing process group. So in closing process group, we have two processes. On the lag stack diagram. Yes, Shrikant, we are going to cover that. That's the next topic I'm going to cover, which is our critical path. I'm going to come to that topic also. Okay. But let us cover these two processes. So close project or phase and close procurement. So develop project charter is the very first process in your project, and close project or phase must be and is the last process in your project. Before that, you need to close your procurements. If you have bought or if you outsource any work or you decided to procure something from outside, then you have to ensure that the procurement process or engagement with the vendor is also getting closed. So whatever work was being done by the vendor, you will do a review of that. You'll accept or agree on certain terms, and you're going to once the entire work to be done by the vendor is done, then you will close the procurement. You will do the negotiation. You'll find out how did the vendor perform, how many milestones they've missed, and if there was any condition on that, you're going to take the appropriate action. Once this is closed, then you're going to close your project or phase. So close project or phase, one of the important input in this process is list of accepted deliverables. What we need is our project management plan and our accepted deliverable, and we will check with the key stakeholder or the customer whether all the work is done, all the deliverables are completed, and they were all accepted by the customer or the stakeholder. And then you will do the administrative closure. You will inform all the stakeholder that this project is completed and it is now formally terminated. So I'm talking about this page number 526 of the PMBOK, definitions. Make sure you go through this section, definitions, and after definition there is something called as acronyms. And you must go through these acronyms or the glossary also. Do not ignore this. Do not think that, okay, you have read entire book, PMBOK, so we can avoid this. No, you must go through the glossary. You must go through all the acronyms, because for the examination, it is extremely important to become familiar with the PMBOK terminology. Okay, you may call this process of this work as any name in your organization, in your country, in your real life scenario. But when it comes to PMP examination, you must use the same definition, same terminologies which are being used by the PMI. So remember, go through this glossary section in detail. Do not miss it. Okay, and there is a question from Rory. Is notifying all the stakeholders of the closing for the project a part of the communication plan? Yes, you must inform all the relevant stakeholders. I will not use the word all the stakeholders. I will say relevant stakeholders. Okay, so let's say your vendor. The vendor completed the entire work. Okay, and that is in the overall project scale, it is actually somewhere in the midpoint. So when your project is completed, you need not to inform your vendor on that we have completed the project. You will notify only those stakeholders which are relevant. And who are the relevant stakeholders that you would have decided? You need to decide in the beginning of it, and that will be somewhere here. Identify stakeholder and your communication management plan. So the important topic that we are going to cover next is understanding critical path. Critical path is very, very critical with respect to the PMP examination, because you can expect approximately 7 to 8 questions. Sometimes it can be more than that, only and only from this topic. And they're all numericals in this. And these are all scoring questions. all you need to understand is what is critical path and how it is calculated. So critical path is basically a sequence of the activity which represent the longest path. Okay. So longest path in the project and also the shortest duration. So how critical path is identified? So critical path is the longest duration path and also the shortest time to complete the project. From the real life perspective or the PMP examination perspective, critical path is extremely important. So what we are going to discuss here is that how we can identify a critical path in a project. So it can be done using these three distinct operations or activities here. You calculate the forward pass, and then you calculate the backward pass, and then we calculate float. So let us see what this forward pass or backward path is. So I have a sample project here, very simple here. So I have task A. When the project kick starts, I have task A and D starting. Completion of that will lead into the start of B. And when the B completes, your C and E will start. Completion on C and E will lead into the start of F, and then our project will be finished. Now we need to identify what is a critical path here. So to identify critical path, first of all, we are going to calculate the forward path. Forward path means for each task, we will calculate what is the earliest start date and early finish date for each activity. It means earliest possible start date for A, and starting at this, what is the earliest time in which task A can be completed. So we are going to do this for all activities. Okay, let me just make some changes for task B. Okay, there we go. So we'll do it for all the tasks here. I'm so sorry. So there is some goof up here. So let us calculate this early start. Starting on project, when we are starting the project, on the day one, task A will start. Having duration of 6 days, the earliest it can be finished is day 6. Why day 6? Because day 1 is inclusive. So you can count it starting on day 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The task A will get over on day 6. Okay. And the way you can, another way to calculate this is early finish is equal to early start, that is 1, plus duration, that is 6 days, minus 1. Because we are starting it on day 1, that's why we need to do the minus 1. In some of the projects or some of the people, actually they suggest that you start from day 0. In case if you're using day 0 as a starting date, then you need not to do this minus 1. It is just simple EF is equal to ES plus duration. Again, there is nothing right or wrong. This is a point of debate also, that we should start from day 0 or day 1. There is nothing right or wrong. I stick to the policy of starting at day 1. So I'll go with that. In case if you want day 0, you can just make some changes to that and you'll get the same results. So starting on day 1, it will get over on day 6, and task D, which is a parallel task, will start on day 1, and starting on 1 having duration of 7 days, it will get over on day 7. Task A and D, completion of these two will kickstart the start of task B. So even though task A is getting over on day 6, but task D is getting over on day 7, and B cannot start until A and D both are over. So the earliest start date for B is day 8, and starting on 8 having duration of 5 days, earliest finish date for task B is 12. Finish of B will kickstart C and E. So since B is getting over on 12th, task C and task E both will start on day 13. Task C having duration of 8 days, it will get over on day 20. And task E having duration of 9 days, it will get over on day 21. C and E both are getting, they are getting over on 20 and 21 respectively. And finish of these two activities will kickstart task F. F has two predecessors, so it cannot start until both are finished. So the earliest start date for F is day 22. And having a duration of 5 days, it will get over on day 26. So this is our forward pass where we calculate early possible start date and early finish date for each and every activity. Is it clear to everyone? Anyone has any question in the forward pass? Okay, thank you. So once the forward pass, you have calculated the forward pass, now we need to go backwards. We will calculate backward pass. And backward pass is, we will start from this last day and we will calculate the late start and late finish for each and every activity. Okay. Here we calculated early start, early finish, and now we are going to calculate late start and late finish. So going backward, this task is getting over on date 26. Finishing on day 26. To allow this to finish on day 26, latest by which it must start is day 22. Okay. To allow F to start on 22, C and E both must get over on day 21, latest by day 21. Now here, task C, to get over on day 21, latest by which it must start is day 14. And task E, to get over on day 21, latest by which it must start, task E must start is day 13. So C and E both are starting on 14 and 13 respectively. Okay. C has no issues, but E has to start on 13. So task B must get over on day 12. If it goes beyond day 12, then this task will be delayed. So B has to get over on day 12, and to get over on day 12, latest by which it must start is day 8. And to allow task B to start on day 8, task A and D both must get over on day 7. And task A, to get over on day 7, latest by which it must start is day 2. And D, to get over on day 7, latest by which it must start is day 1. Okay, so this is your backward pass. Any questions on the backward pass? Is it clear to everyone? Yeah, Shikant, how did we get 2 as latest start? Okay, I will come to that. I'll explain that. Here you can see task A has a duration of 6 days and task D has a duration of 7 days. So task A and D both must get over on day 7. And task A, to get over on day 7, latest by which it must start is day 2. Because if you count backwards from 7, so it is 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, day 2. How I calculated this, I mean, you can use this formula as well here, which probably you're not able to see. Okay, I'm sorry, it is missed in this one, but you need to include this day 7 in this. So 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. It must start on day 2. So that is the latest start date. It means if it goes beyond day 2, then you will not be able to complete it on 7. It will get pushed beyond this. Is it clear? Okay, thank you. And after we calculated the forward pass and backward pass for each activity, now is the time to calculate float. So formula for float is, I'll take you to the next slide. Formula for float is LS minus ES or LF minus EF. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to find out what is a float here. So LF minus EF, 26 minus 26 is 0, or LS minus ES. So that is also 0. Okay. You need not to do both. You need to do just either LF minus EF or LS minus ES. And you do this for all the activities, and then you will be able to see the float here. So for task F, the float is 0, C is 1, E is 0, B is 0, D 0, but A 1. And wherever you see the float as 0, it means it's a critical task. Now, let us look at this again. Task A, it has an option that it can start on day 1 and finish on day 6. Or it can start on day 2 and finish on day 7. Okay. No matter what path you take, it is not going to impact the next activity. Suppose there is a delay of 1 day in this activity. Let's say activity A gets delayed by 1 day. Is it going to impact B? No, because you have a buffer of 1 day. You have the float of 1 day. So float, slack or buffer, they're all one and same thing. Okay. If you look at task D, so no matter what path it is using, forward pass or backward pass, it has to start on day 1 and it has to get over on day 7. It cannot afford even a single day of delay. There is no buffer here. There is no float here. If this task gets delayed, your overall project finish date will also get impacted. Your next task will get impacted, B, and your finish date will get impacted. You will not be able to finish this on day 26. Okay, so that's why this will be identified as a critical task, and all the critical tasks will form your critical path. Can you guess why we identify this critical path? Can you type in your chat window what is the purpose of or what we are going to achieve by identifying critical path? Okay, I can see few answers here. Identify your schedule dates. Randy, yes, you're correct, but that you can identify even without identifying the critical path. And yes, Shrikant, you got it right. Ensure there is no slippage on the critical path. And Randy, you're absolutely right to determine what task to monitor closely. I'll add this word, closely. And shortest time for the project, schedule variance, yes, absolutely correct. So the purpose of identifying critical path is so that you can allocate your resources in such a way that they have minimum impact on your overall project schedule, and also during the course of the project. In case if there is any deviation, so you can find out, or in case if you need to squeeze your schedule, you know that which activity you need to pay attention to. So you will monitor these critical activities very closely. You will do the resource allocation, and if you have identified the critical path, you can do it by having minimum impact on the overall project schedule. Okay. In case if you need to squeeze your schedule, or you need to cover up, there is a delay and you need to take some corrective actions, or you need to fast track your project, so you know which are the activities you need to pay attention to. So there is a point, what paths are high risk? Yes, the critical path means it is on a very high risk with respect to the schedule. Remember, this word critical has absolutely nothing to do with the nature of the work. It is associated only with the criticality of that task with respect to schedule. The impact of the schedule of the task on the overall project completion date. And that's the reason we need to identify the critical path. Yes, Thambi, you're absolutely correct. This is for the prioritization. Which task should get priority, which one should not. So with this, we need to understand one more topic with respect to the critical path, the float. So there are two types of float. There are actually multiple types of float, but I will talk about only these two. One is a total float, and second is a free float. Just remember, the definition can be confusing right now, but remember, whenever we talk about total, the moment you see this word total, it means we are talking about the impact of delay on the overall project duration. Whenever we talk about the free float, it means we are talking about the impact of delay on the successor or next activity. In PMP examination, if you see this word just float, if it is written only float, do not get confused whether it is a free float or total float. Float or total float is one and same thing. If PMI has to ask you any question specific to the free float, they will write it explicitly as a free float. Okay. So, is it clear to everyone? And formula for float or total float is simple, LS minus ES. or LF minus EF, which is here. You need to calculate LF minus EF for each activity and you'll find the float. Now, the formula for free float. Free float means amount of time by which an activity can be delayed without affecting the successor or next activity. So how to calculate the free float is early start of successor. For example, if I ask you, what is the free float of task C? So free float of task C means early start of successor. What is the successor of C? Task F. And what is the early start of F? 22. 22 minus early finish of the predecessor. Which is the predecessor activity here? C. So 22 minus 20, and because we are using day 1 as our base or the starting day, we need to do minus 1. So 22 minus 20 minus 1 is your 1, which is your free float. In this example, our total float and free float is same. Float for this task and free float is same, but you may get a very complex question in the PMP examination where it will be different. Anthony, you lost my voice. Are you all able to hear me clearly? Can you just confirm it on the chat window? Okay, so maybe Anthony, you need to check something on your side. I'm so sorry for this inconvenience. Okay, so Rodi has a question. Task A and task C each have float of 1. Okay. Okay, I got your point. So when I say calculate the total float does not mean that you're going to do this 1 plus 1. No. We do not calculate for the total float for the entire project. No. The word float, be it total float or be it free float, it is always with respect to one single activity. The only difference is total float means amount of time by which one particular activity can be delayed without impacting your overall project duration, overall project finish date. Okay, and when we talk about the free float, amount of time by which an activity can be delayed without impacting the next task. Do not think that the moment you see total, you have to add up entire float. No, never. You will never ever do that. Okay. Randy, very interesting question. On the PMP examination, would we expect to see a diagram like this? No. You will never get this diagram, but what you are going to get this in the text form. It will be in a paragraph form. So whenever you do get this question for the critical path, do not try to do any mental calculation, mental math. You will be given a piece of paper and a pencil. Draw exactly similar kind of diagram in the rough notebook which is given to you. Okay, put 4 corners in each of the box and calculate early start, early finish, late start, late finish for each activity and connect them as per the sequence or predecessor information given in the question. Then only you should do that. Okay. So this is the way we are going to identify our critical path. So I hope I was able to explain this and you are all clear with the critical path now. And you understand the difference in total float and free float. Okay. Yes, Sanjeev, there can be situation where free float and total float for each activity can have different values. Sometime your free float can be of, let's say, 5 days, and your total float for that activity will be 1 day. Let's say 2 days. It means that depends on the relationship. I mean, sequencing, that depends on how many predecessors you have. See, in a real life scenario, in a real life project, your project network diagram is not going to look so simple. It will be very complex. And there may be multiple successors to one activity, each leading into a different path. So yes, it is possible. It can happen. Okay. So I hope I answered your question clearly. Great, thank you. So let's move to the next topic. So this is all about the critical path, and always remember, do not try to do any mental calculation. Use the paper and pencil which is given to you. Okay. Critical path is very important from the examination point of view, because you may get around 6 to 7 questions only from this one single topic. And the key to success, or the key to answer these questions correctly, is practice. Practice, practice, and practice. Do a lot of numericals. When you go to our LMS, you will find a lot of numerical questions here, and they are very scrolling. Okay. So with this, we move to the next topic, which is very interesting, earned value management, and again, equally important with respect to examination. Let me just check the time, what it is, because I do not want to go beyond 1 o'clock. I mean, the time. Because project management is all about making sure the project gets over in time, within scope, within cost. So I had to ensure that we finish everything within the quality standard, quality parameters, within time and within scope. So without wasting any time, I'll quickly go to the earned value management. And earned value management is a very, very effective way to check your project's health. Okay. It is made up of all mathematical formulas that will help you to compare your work performed against work plan, or in a simple way, variance analysis. Comparison of your plan versus work, actual work, is your earned value. Okay. And earned value is a very, very important part of cost control. When we talk about this process here, control cost, this activity that you do here, the key activity you do here is control cost. The key activity you do here is earned value, and the information or the outcome of this earned value analysis is also used in your control schedule. How? Let us understand this. So I will go back to the notepad, MS Paint, and let me show you that. Okay, and okay, so let's say I have a project, and that project has a duration of 5 days, and the budget for this project is $10,000. This is my project. Project has a duration of 5 days, and the budget for this project is $10,000. Okay. In other words, I can say that in 5 days time, I am planning to complete work worth $10,000. I can say it this way also. Okay. So the point that I'm trying to make here is, whenever we talk about earned value, it is always with respect to the dollar value associated with that project. So with respect to earned value, how I'm going to call it is that in 5 days time, I'm going to complete work worth $10,000. Okay. So this $10,000 will be called as my BAC. BAC is budget at completion. So when you go through the slide or video later in detail, you will see that all these acronyms are given here in detail. You need not to worry about anything here. Everything is written here in the slides. Okay. So let me get back to the paint here. And then I make my plan, and I decide to finish this in 5 days. Oh, okay. So this is my Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. In 5 days time, I had to finish this project, and what I decide that every day I will finish work worth $2,000. Okay. In other words, I can say that I am targeting to complete work worth $2,000 every day. Okay. So I make a plan of that and I save baseline. That means I freeze my plan and I start working on it. I save the baseline and I start working on it and I work till Wednesday. On Wednesday, I want to do a health check. Wednesday is the day when I'm doing earned value analysis to find out how I'm doing with respect to cost and schedule of the project. Okay. So at this point of time, I need to do some analysis, and for that analysis, I need some values. So first of all, I need to find out, I'm sorry, this arrow has to be extended till here. How I'm doing with respect to scope, time and cost till Wednesday. So I need to calculate some values. First of all, I need to find out how much work I was supposed to complete till that time. So that means I need to find out what is the total value of work planned till date. So that is work worth $6,000 because I am doing this analysis on end of Wednesday. So Wednesday is Monday, Tuesday plus Wednesday. I need to add up the money that I'm planning to spend there, which comes to $6,000. And this will be called as planned value or PV. Okay. I also need to find out how much work I have done so far. So let us assume that in 3 days time, I was supposed to complete 10 tasks. I was planning to complete 10 tasks, and when I look at the actual, I realize that I had completed only 6 tasks. It means actual work done till Wednesday is, oh, I'm sorry, I again did not do it till Wednesday here. This actually has to be extended till here. Okay, these 10 tasks are actually coming till Wednesday. Please excuse me for what I did here. Okay, so till this time I was supposed to complete 10 tasks, but I have completed only 6 tasks. It means the work done is 60% of the plan till date. 6 out of 10 means 60%, and that is my earned value. Earned value is 60% of the plan till date, that is $3,600. Okay, is it clear to everyone? How did I come to this earned values? Any question, please type it because it's very important that you understand this. Okay, I will explain it. So Schaefer is asking me to explain that again. Okay, so let me draw a fresh one. I understand it might be confusing. I'll just draw it separately here. Okay. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay, I was supposed to spend 2K, 2K and 2K. All 3 days. I was supposed to complete work worth $2,000, $2,000, $2,000 on all these 3 days. That comes to your $6,000. Okay. When I look at my actual, I realize that I was supposed to complete 10 tasks till Wednesday. In 3 days time, I was supposed to complete 10 tasks, but when I look at my progress report, I realize that I have completed only 6 tasks. So what is the value of these 6 tasks which I completed? It's a 60% because I was supposed to complete 10 tasks. I have completed only 6 tasks. So the progress is 60% of the planned. And when I need to write down the value of that, how I will calculate this is 60% of the work planned till date. So that is 3,600. 60% of 6,000 is 3,600. Yes, absolutely correct, Dennis. 6 tasks out of 10 means no. It will. I am assuming that the work is spread out equally. Okay. In PMP examination, they may give you specific values, but here I am just assuming that the work is spread evenly across all the days. Okay, thank you. And now I need to find out how much money I spent doing this work. So I need to calculate my actual cost. So I go to my finance department and I ask them, and they inform me that till Wednesday, you ended up spending $4,000 on this project. Okay. So this is my actual cost. So let us understand it this way. From Monday till Wednesday, I was supposed to complete work worth $6,000. That was my plan. When I look at my actual progress, actual work done, I realize that I did only 6 tasks out of 10 tasks scheduled till that. It means the actual progress is 60% of the plan till date, which is 60% of 6,000, so 3,600. And when I get this from accounts department, I realize that in order to do work worth $3,600, I ended up spending $4,000. Okay. So these are 3 basic values that we must identify, we must find out. Okay. PMP exam, you will get some different values, but again, you need to find out what is a PV, what is a EV, and what is a AC. The questions that you're going to get there are going to be complex, but always remember, the most complex questions or the problem, be it life, be it your professional work environment, the solution of those problems is basics. Go to basics. Be it critical path, be it earned value, you must always go to basics first. Calculate these 3 values. You may not be having enough information to calculate 3 values. Use certain formulas. These are the formulas given to you, which are there in the PMBOK also. Check those formulas and find out these values. Okay. These are the basic formulas which are in the slide, which you are going to receive there. Using these formulas, find out these basic values, and then you start calculating your variances. We'll calculate the variance here. So first we'll calculate the cost variance. What is the variance with respect to, or let's calculate the schedule variance first. Formula for schedule variance is earned value minus plan value. So earned value minus plan value means SV for this project is equal to, what is the earned value? $3,600 minus, what is the plan value? That is $6,000. This comes to a negative value of $2,400. So in other words, I can say I'm behind the schedule by work worth $2,400. Now I'll calculate my cost variance. So the formula for the cost variance is earned value minus actual cost, which is, so CV will be, for this project will be, earned value is $3,600 minus actual cost, sorry, it's not AV, but it is AC. Actual cost for this is $4,000. So the cost variance for this in this project is a negative value of $400. So whenever you see these negative values, it means it's not a good news. SV negative means you're behind schedule by work worth so many dollars. Your cost variance negative means you are overspending by so many dollars. You can read it from here also. You are supposed to complete work worth $6,000, but you completed work worth $3,600 only. And in order to do work worth $3,600, you ended up spending $4,000. So you are overspending by $400. Is it clear? Okay, so Stephanie is asking $4,000, where did it come from? This $4,000 is a number, I have taken a random number. So it depends whether you are tracking the finances of this project or not. So suppose in order to do certain work, you have to spend some money. How that is possible? Okay, so let me draw it here. Actually, let me draw that in PPT. I feel a bit comfortable there. Okay. So there is a task which has a planned duration of 2 days, or let's say the total work for that task is 16 hours. And the resource working on that has a standard rate of $100, or let's say $10, $20 an hour. So the planned cost for this activity will be what? 16 multiplied by 20 is equal to $320. $320 is the planned cost. Now we started working on this activity, and this activity got delayed. It got delayed by, let's say, 8 hours. 8 additional hours. And now, if we look at the actual cost, so this is going to be 20 hours multiplied by $20, 24 hours multiplied by $20 an hour. So this will be 24 multiplied by 20. So this will be $480. So this $480 is my actual cost. So if you are tracking the cost, you can get this $480 from your cost tracking sheet, or you can get it from your finance departments. Is that clear, Stephanie? So I'm just making a wild guess that, the actual cost is $4,000. Okay, so Anthony has a point. How do you turn this into EVA report? So EVA report is, we will use this as the basic value, basic data, and then we go to these formulas. We go to all these formulas where we calculate our CPI and SPI, which I'm going to tell you that. And based on that, we are also going to do some forecasting. So using all these formulas, we do not have luxury of time to go through each and every formula. And if you go to your PMBOK, I will show you, I'll tell you the page number. Dennis, give me a minute, please. I'll get back to your question. So let me just take you through the area of earn value. So if you go to page number 217, you'll see the earn value management topic there, and then they have given all this abbreviation, all these values, and then there are formulas here. Okay, so if you go to page number 220, you'll see the formulas for your forecasting, and then there is a sheet, there is a page here which gives you a list of all the formulas. This is page number 224. Make note of this page, take a printout of this sheet, put it in your desk. This must be in front of you all the time. You need to understand these formulas. Memorization of this formula will definitely help, but you must understand the logic behind it, because the questions that you're going to get are going to be very complex. Okay, and you need to, if you understand the logic behind it, if you understand the the concept behind it, you will be able to, you need not to memorize a formula, but you will be able to calculate these values at your own. Okay. So Dennis has a question. SAC is the money actually taken from your account at that point of project. Yes, including any unclaimed expenses as well. Yes, absolutely correct, Dennis. So actual cost can also be called as a sunk cost. Okay. Normally in the project, the word that is used for this is sunk cost. Sunk cost is total money that you have spent so far, including any unplanned expenses, any deviation, any single penny that you have spent. So what you need to do is you need to find out these basic values, and we will also calculate some indexes now. So first is your SPI, which is your schedule performance index, and the formula for this is simple: on value divided by plan value, which means 3,600 divided by $6,000. So this will, sorry, $6,000. So this will be 0.6. This is a formula for SPI, that is schedule performance index. Now we will calculate our CPI. I'll explain you these values. Give me a minute. This is on value divided by actual cost. It means $3,600 divided by $4,000. So that means 0.9. So your SPI is 0.6 and CPI is 0.9 for this project. The benchmark for both CPI and SPI is 1. Less than 1 in both the indexes is not a good news. 1 means you are absolutely on track with respect to scope and cost, and more than 1 you are ahead of schedule and you are spending less. So if your SPI is 0.6, it means you are behind the schedule by some values. For every dollar that you're spending on the project, you are getting only 60 cents in return. The value that you are getting back from the project is just 60% of the plan. CPI means less than 1 means overspending. So for every dollar that you're spending on the project, the value that you're getting in return is 90 cents. Okay, and more than 1 means, let's say your SPI is 1.1, it means you are ahead of schedule. CPI more than 1 is you are spending less. Okay, so please go to this page number 224 of PMBOK, make a note of this page, and you must have these formulas on your fingertips, because the questions that you're going to receive in the PMP examination will be complex, but again, they will try to make it look complex. But if you are able to calculate these basic values, there is nothing called as difficult or nothing called complex question. It's just a state of mind. Okay, memorize, try to understand this formula. If you have to, you may have to memorize some of the formulas as well. But again, when you go for the examination, not necessary that the question will require the formula to be used exactly as it is. Okay, so in this slides also, when you going to get this, you'll have the formulas here. You can go through that again. But is everyone clear with the basics that we calculated? Schedule variance, cost variance, SPI and CPI, or anyone has any question on that? Please write it in the chat window in case of any question. There are some hands raised. Let me just look at that. Okay, Sanjeev, is your question answered? I can see your hand raised. Okay. In the interpretation column on your slide, what is the abbreviation VE? Okay, positive, sorry. It is negative or positive? Okay. So I'll assume it is clear. So it's nothing, it's just negative and positive. Okay, I got your point. So maybe what I can do is, to make it easier, I'll just remove this VE and I'll just say negative. Negative is over budget, and positive is under budget. Does this simplifies it? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. So this is your earned value management and the basics of earned value management. Of course, there is a lot to it, but these are the basics. And since everyone is okay, we are good to move to the next topic. So I will pause for a minute and I'll sip some water. In case if you have any question, please feel free to ask now. Okay, fantastic. And with this, we come towards the end of the session, and the last topic of the day is project risk management. So project risk management is again a very important topic, slightly complex as well. And with respect to the PMP examination, there are certain topics which will be quite important to understand. In terms of real life application of this risk management, it's very, very crucial and very important, because this is something that people normally do not take care of. What they do is they just make a risk management plan, they just prepare a risk register, and there is no follow-up, there is no action on that. So identifying risk is one thing, but tracking, monitoring, controlling, and managing the risk is another important thing. So Perry has raised her hands. Raised hands. Can you please type in your question if you have any point? Perry, you have any question? Can you type it in the chat window, questions window? Okay, no problem. Thank you. So risk is any event that can impact your project, be it negatively or positively. Okay. So it's very, very important to understand or to identify what can go wrong in your project. It's very important to understand if there are any event that you foresee, and if that happen, how, to what extent it can impact your project. Okay, the objective of the entire risk management is to increase the likelihood and impact of the positive event and decrease the probability, likelihood, or impact of the negative events. So you can take some preventive actions to minimize that. So I hope all of you understand the preventive action and corrective actions. Okay, let me ask you a simple question. Suppose I have a dream that I want to construct a beautiful villa on lakeside, somewhere in the lakeside. I live in Bangalore, and Bangalore is famous for its lake. Of course, they are being, going down the drain now. But assuming that I have a dream and I am able to fulfill my dream at some point of time, I buy a villa, and day one, I shift into my villa. I am sitting in the lawn, enjoying my cup of tea in the evening. But unfortunately, that place is full of mosquitoes. I get the mosquito bite. Night, I get fever. I go to hospital. Unfortunately, I am diagnosed with malaria. I remain in hospital for 4 days. I get the treatment, come back home. First thing that I do after coming back home is I do a pest control, so that I do not get that disease again. So tell me, this pest control is a corrective action or a preventive action? Okay, Shrikant says corrective, and Shepar says preventive, Mike says corrective, Sil says both, and Anthony says correct, preventive. Okay, mixed question. So tell me, if that is a corrective action, then what was it when I went to hospital and got the treatment done? Absolutely, Shrikant, you're correct. So when I got this mosquito bite, I went to hospital and I was diagnosed with malaria. It means there was some damage which was done. And to do the damage control, I received the treatment for malaria, and that was corrective action. When I come back, I am perfectly all right. I am well, but I do not want the reoccurrence of that event. I ensure that I am taking certain steps which will minimize the likelihood of this in the future. So that will be called as preventive action. Okay, you may get questions like this in PMP examination, where you need to understand what is corrective and what is preventive. So thanks a lot for answering this question, and I hope it is clear to everyone, the corrective and preventive action. Okay. So what we will do is, when you identify a risk, you will take some preventive action, and you will also refer to your historical data, the projects done in past, you find out the lessons learned from there, and then you will base your action. But suppose during the course of the project, some event happened and your project work is delayed or deviated. So you will do the damage control. At the same time, you will take some actions which will help you prevent, prevent the reoccurrence of that event again. Okay. So for risk management, first is very important to understand what is the difference in risk and issue. Remember, whenever you are talking about any uncertain event in future, we are talking about risk. And if we are talking about any event which has already happened, it means there is no question of any uncertainty there. It has happened already. We are into that situation, that is called as issue. For risk, we will prepare our preventive action plan. We will also make strategies that in case if that risk happens, how we are going to treat that. We will identify certain steps that we need to take in case that risk happens. And issue, if that risk turns out to be true, it happens, then you are going to implement that strategy, execute that strategy that you had planned. You will implement those actions that you had already documented earlier. And you will definitely get questions like this in PMP examination, where you first need to judge and understand whether it is a risk or it is issue. Always remember, if the event has already happened, it is no longer a risk. It is an issue. And you will not do any risk planning or any mitigation plan or anything, but you are going to execute the strategy, or you are going to implement the actions that you had identified earlier. Okay. In case if any event that was unplanned, you had not anticipated that it will happen, then again it will be an issue, but you will not have any strategy for that. You may not have any action plan for that. And that is the time when you will have to use a workaround. Okay. So you may get a question like this, and if you go to our LMS, when you go to LMS, there are a few questions I have added there specifically, which will highlight the difference and highlight the importance of this risk, issue, workaround, and contingencies. Okay, so once you have identified all the risk, you need to define your strategy first, that what will fall into the category of risk. You need to prepare your risk management plan as per this process here that I showed in page number 61 of PMBOK. In risk management, you will identify what will define any event as a risk. You will also identify what are the possible sources of that risk. You will prepare your risk breakdown structure. You will identify the different sources of the risk, and you will prepare a comprehensive list of all the risks, and those risks will be documented in an Excel sheet or any document which will be called as risk register. So once you have prepared a risk register, you need to start quantifying, or you need to start doing your probability and impact analysis. So probability is what is the likelihood of the occurrence of that event. So you can rate this, you can put this into, you can give it a score there, score from, your 1 to 5. 1 can be low and 5 can be very high. And you also need to calculate what is the impact for that. Okay, so probability is 1 is very low, 5 is very high. For example, there is a risk, attrition. So you should not write this as it is in your risk register that attrition is a risk. No, you have to be as detailed as possible, that key resource may resign during the project. This is a risk. Okay, elaborate this as much as possible. And then what is the probability? And if I ask you to give a score between 1 to 5, how would you do that? How will you reach to a number? Of course, you need to look at the historical data. How many times it has happened? Okay. If I talk about, let's say, rain during a particular time during the construction project, in an IT project, I can talk about network outage. In a pharma project, I can talk about clinical trial fails. So you will have to look at the historical data, that what was the success ratio in all this test result. And if your historical data says that 80% of the time the test results were positive, or the test results were within limit, or they passed the parameters, limits, then you will say the failure ratio expected to be 20%. So the likelihood is that this test will fail is 20%. In case of key resource resigning, there cannot be any number, but you will have to rely on your gut feeling, because you're the manager, you're having a one-on-one with that resource every week or maybe every month. And every time for past 6 months, when you talk to that resource, he is asking for a raise. He says, my liabilities have increased. I have been working at this salary for past 5 years, and now I need the increment because I have some other offer from other companies. Okay, that may be the situation. Or that person might not be loving the work that you have given him. So using your gut feeling, you will say that, okay, I know the likelihood of this person resigning is very high. Now you need to find out, if that person resigns, what will be the impact of that? That impact can also differ from time to time. Let's say that person is a test engineer. Okay. Now, test engineer is required when the project reaches to an execution stage. You have work results, deliverables coming in, and you need to do the testing of that. Okay. So during that phase, if that resource resigns, it may have a impact. So it can deviate the project by 10 days. So find out what is the overall duration, how long it may take you to get a replacement for that resource, and what will be the delay in getting the replacement of that resource, and overall what will be the impact on the duration. So suppose the total impact on the duration is, let's assume, of 3 days time, and the overall project duration is 2 years. Then this impact is actually negligible, because that can be a part of your, that can be covered up from the buffer that you have, or the float that you have in certain situation. But let's say the total duration of the project is 1 month, or let's say 3 weeks, and there you are looking for a delay of 3 days, and that delay can be a major one. So you need to look at all these factors. You need to look at the historical data, and based on that, rate this risk, give the scoring to this risk for the impact. Again, the score will be 1 will be low and 5 will be very high. And then use your probability multiplied by impact. So that is going to give you the risk score. Okay. And that risk score will be very useful. And based on this score, you can also define that who is the right person, or this must be escalated to what level in case if this risk happens. Okay. So this probability and impact matrix is, it's very easy, but quite important to understand. And there was a question, I don't remember the name, someone asked about the quantitative risk analysis. So quantitative risk analysis is when we go to the next stage, where we start calculating the monetary value associated with each of the risk. Okay. For example, one of the risks that you identified is key resource may resign, and you are looking for options to keep some people in the backup. So there are 2 resources available who can actually be the replacement, who can backfill the position. One of the resource has a cost of $10,000. Second resource has a cost of $12,000. So using that decision tree analysis, using the Monte Carlo analysis, you will find out which resource is more useful. Quantitative risk analysis, the process, the techniques and tools and techniques in quantitative analysis are used to find out that if you have to invest some amount of money, what is the return that you're going to get? And if you have two options, for example, investment, if you have $50,000 spare in your pocket and you have to invest that money somewhere, so there are two options, whether you want to invest that money into the stock or you want to invest that money into a startup company. Okay, so you will do this analysis that if I invested in stock, the likelihood of this getting double in next 2 years is 80%. Likelihood of this value becoming zero is 20%. Or likelihood of this coming down from 50,000 to 30,000 is 20%. If you invested this in a startup, the likelihood of this going triple in 2 years time is 75%, and the likelihood of this value becoming zero in next 3 years is 25%. So based on that, you are going to do the calculation, and that will help you take a decision that whether you should invest it in a startup or you should invest it in a stock market. Okay. Unfortunately, I have not included that topic here in this slide deck because the time is too little, and I did not want to rush up on all the topics so that we can complete everything in time. If you have any specific questions which you felt is were not answered here, or if you want to know something more in detail, please feel free to let me know, and I'll see how I can help you on that. So any questions on this PI matrix for the risk management? Okay, so with this we come to the end of this session, and I hope I was able to add some value to the existing knowledge of your PMP and project management. And Sanjeev is asking, are there further sessions coming up on PMP? Free webinars, yes, we are going to plan. We have a series of webinars planned, but they will not be as long as this one is. They will be 1 hour because it's not possible for everyone to pull out that amount of time on a regular basis. So we will have very soon, we are going to have series of webinars, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, probably 45 minutes, where we'll pick up on certain topics of it. But if you're looking for the PMP exam preparation, these webinars will not suffice. You will have to go for this full 4-day PMP exam preparation workshop. And the good news for all the attendees of this session is we are running a special offer on May Day, on a Labor Day, to honor the laborers, to honor the workforce across the globe. We have this 50% flat discount going on the courses, and this is valid only till 3rd May. So you're going to get the details, you're going to get the mail, after this webinar, probably in a day or 2 days time, which will have the link to the recording and the slides here. And if you want, you can get in touch at these numbers with the people here to help you enroll for the courses in case if you're interested. If you have any questions, please feel free to write into me. My contact details will be shared with you in the email that you receive. Okay. And after this session, you are all going to receive a feedback, a link for the feedback where you can give. Please feel free to give your feedback, and I request everyone's feedback, because if you feel that I have been able to add value to it and I was genuine in putting in my effort. And most importantly, this session will give you 6 PDOs, and for that we are going to issue certificates. And for that certificate, we need to know your correct name and exact name. So when you receive that link, for the feedback, please write in your complete name in bold, in capital, which you want to be published in the certificate, and write that in the comment or the feedback section. So we can issue the PDO certificate and help you with that. Shrikant, wish you all the very best, and you will have my details, you'll have my contact details. Please feel free to call me anytime that you want. I wish you all the best for your PMP examination, and I'm positive you'll be able to clear that. Okay. And there was another point from Sanjeev. No. Okay, Sanjeev asked if mock PMP exam questions are discussed, that would be great. Sanjeev, you can see the topic, the elaboration of the topic and the vastness of the subject, it was not possible to discuss these questions here. But I will be able to help you with that. So with this, we can sign off. We are 2 minutes ahead of schedule. If you do not have any question, we can sign off. If you have anything, I'll be here for 2 more minutes. I wish all of you very best, and I'm sure you will do good in your PMP examination. I'm still waiting. Please write in your questions if you have any. Okay, Randy, I will hold on. I will give you my contact information right away. Okay, hold on guys, I'm giving my information. Okay, I sent it to all. So this is my phone number and this is my email address. Thanks Sanjeev, I'll accept that request. Thanks Vinod. Thanks Shanti. Thanks a lot Perry. Thank you Rory. Thanks a lot Anthony. Okay, so we are all set to sign off from the session and I will close this, and again see you. Wish to connect with you in some time. Word is small. We never know when we are going to cross roads again, and wish you all the best again. Bye bye.